Now, if the camera's doing its job, you should still be able to see me when this goes live. He says. Now, if the camera's doing its job, you should still be able to see me when this goes live. Somewhere I'm talking back to myself from. Hello? Yeah, just down there. Hello. How you doing? At the moment I've managed to crawl out. I didn't want to be too late, so I started it, but my chair's currently occupied. If you can't see, there's a box there. Oh, good lord. That's also out of position. Oh, that's gonna frustrate. That's gonna bug me. There, it's gonna bug me. There you go. That's gonna make me happy. Hello, everyone. How you doing today? Welcome to Bruships. As I'm down here, and I've built a hole now, I'm gonna say hello to everyone. I'm going to be doing what I was doing, which was, sorry, my phone was typing in all caps, I didn't realise. I'm going to try monitor and say hello from the phone, which hopefully he says will still be working. Oh, good lord. Should be working. I don't want live chat. I want the Q&A. You were working for me a second ago. I'll just live chat. Hello, everyone. So, for a second, while I'm pulling books out from underneath there, any quick questions, not the proper questions, please put in the live chat and just put @Alexander Clarke. I'm sorry about this, but I have literally managed to make the hole. I know, I was supposed to be eating or something while I was gone, but Toby Carvery didn't deliver, and I went mole impersonating. Excuse me if you're about to see my behind. Yeah, da da da. Oh, I forgot my phone, didn't I? I don't have that many books. Do people keep saying I have too many books? You're wrong. You're very wrong. There you go. I've got the chat open in front of me. Hello, everyone. Corgi not quite necessary. Poodle's usually better at digging things out than the corgi. Honestly. That's where that book went. I was wondering how. I lost that book. Oh, we've had one fall over down there. Okay, this is going to be fun. Ow, that's my nose. How's the mic doing on picking me up? Hello, everyone. Beware the moon. I don't think I'm mooning anyone. I don't think it's that bad. I haven't seen my butt coming up on the show yet. Da. What just fell over on top of me? Oh, it's the empty bars, ivory balls. Hello. Don't collapse. So yeah, we haven't finished packing up books by any stretch of the imagination yet in this house. I'm hoping that the new house has enough concrete in its foundations to deal with all the books. I'm fairly sure it will though. It's a fairly strong looking house. Oh, frig, I still can't believe I have that book. Oh. Ugh, you guys don't know then. If you want to fall on the floor down there. Nope, I'm not sure what you're about. I do know what you are about. You're my electric testing one. And, oh, there's those down there. Oh, there's more books. What the frick is down here? This is the trouble with having a dumping section, which you've dumped a load of boxes you mean to sort out at some point. You haven't sorted them out. Ugh. Only about 6 more books to get. Make that 8. 8 more books to get. From the top shelf. Oh. I think we'll call that a wrap. Now a beach whale. Oh! Oi! Vey! That's helpful. Hello, Scottish nerd. I have avoided mass paper cuts. Oi, caramba. Oh. Hello. Right. You're off a bin bag for today, for this week anyway. Good lord, you've got a bit fuller than that. There we go. Right. You go there. You're packing up that thing. Hello everyone. There are questions. I'll be getting to them in a second. Should probably rescue my phone from the floor before it gets strapped down permanently. And we have more books here. So we have roughly 2 free boxes worth of books to box up. And we'll be doing that today during the video. During live. So should be here a while. Honestly, chatting away, answer your questions. And there are some more books down there. This is a good one on Zero Fighters. No, I do not want a book of a launch. No, I do not want a book of a launch. Go there, don't fall over. Go there, don't dare fall over. And go there. Oh, that's a nice one. Historic ship models, isn't it? Hello, camera. Do you keep losing me? There you go. Historic ship models. Gorgeous book. Absolutely beautiful book by Arnold and Henry Christian. Even the Richard Holmes book on D-Day is pretty darn good. There are some good D-Day books out there recently. Fine. So hello everyone, how are we all doing? How many books do the floppy research assistants have? More books than I actually care to think about, because, yeah. Both our dogs are big readers on self-help books. Could I show the Zero one again? That one, yeah. Introduction by Saburo Saki. It's a Martin Keldon book. It's written ages ago, but it was by a really good series. It's Purnell's History of World Second War, and this was book number 9. And they're really, really good. Military consultants Basil Littlehart and Bobby Hunt. Editor-in-Chief Barry Pitt, art director Peter Dunbar, and published in 1969. Really good series. Scottish Nerd, good evening. Hope you avoided mass paper cuts this week. I learned things from a nice book on destroyers that were given an unabashed literary cork somewhere. Enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you, Scottish Nerd. Oh. Okay. Oh, so before I find a seat and build a box, let's answer some questions. And yes, I am standing on one foot. There is that might be because I've hurt the ankle a bit with the books falling on it, so it's more comfortable if I stand on one foot. That's it. So if the British reached without treaty 70,000-80,000 ton super battleships with the industry to support them, where other automation do you see them innovating on? It'll be gun loading and directing, centralized fire control. And honestly, if the British can do something so they can move gun control and everything lower in the ship, the British are really interested in pushing the idea of a periscope system at certain points, of trying to, push it down, experimenting it. So you could see actually even a version of a CIC created at some point. Basically, trying to reduce crew numbers has been a constant British obsession since about the 1750s. It used to be complained the British undercrewed to the same extent the French and the Americans overcrewed their ships. The reason the British undercrewed their ships was A, they had so many more of them to deal with, but also the British tended to design the rigging to be operated by less people anyway. The British have been in a constant effort to reduce crew numbers on their ships for about, I would say, a good 270 odd years. You could make a strong case for 350. So that's it. Basically, hello everyone. I am alive and in one piece. Stephen Richards, roughly how much prize money did Pellew get as captain of the Indefatigable? There is some disputes and discussions around that, because at certain points he claimed also the prize money as squadron commander. And so he gets money as captain, but also money as the squadron commander from the other ships involved. The debates about how much he gets is quite large. But I would say it's safe to say that he becomes a many times millionaire in today's money thanks to it. Nice to everyone. Question 2. Without treaty, after the... I don't think that the courageous get converted, but okay. How far do you think the British are ahead of everyone in carrier size by 1940s, and where other automation do you see them invading on? On terms of carriers, I honestly think Courageous and Glorious are saved by the idea of doing a reconstruction. They were honestly on their way out. Reading some of the texts I have in National Archives, there is certainly a debate, but no one seems to be too keen on saving them. They don't want them as is, and there is a strong recognition in Britain that conversions, aka what they've done with Furious, what they've done with Eagle, what they've done with Argus, aren't sufficient pound for pound as Hermes, which is built up as a carrier. This is one of the reasons why their work that is done on them is fairly extensive when they are converted, to basically get them down to brass tacks. But I think the British will be iterating on Hermes. That's certainly what quite a lot of the designs of the post-World War I, pre-treaty era look like. They look like enlargements on Hermes. So think about Hermes, but grow it by about 25%. Then grow that following design by roughly about the same. And you probably eventually will end up with something around about the 40,000 ton mark by about the 1940s. But expect the British to be building a new carrier like every 2 to 3 years until they're happy with something. And then they'll churn out about 6 or 7 of them. Jacob, I've got a book that says first edition 1929, reprint 1960, reprint 1976. Does that make the 76 the third edition, or is it still first edition but the second reprint in change? Basically, it's a first edition but unchanged. So basically, what that means they've done is when they've reprinted it, they haven't made any additions, edits, or changes. So it's the same as the first version, but it's just a third reprinting. Oh, yeah, third time printing. Railway Finger, when Warspite and her destroyer escort went down to Narvik Fjord, what was the thinking behind sending Warspite down the fjord? Honestly, the admiral in charge aboard Warspite felt someone had to go and control the destroyers. He was worried what they'd do. Because the various discussions are, first of all, they were planning to send an Arethusa-class cruiser down with them. And then they looked at various other capital ship options, and there was other options than just sending Warspite. And basically the CNC was there with Warspite and went, I'm going. And to an extent, I think he wanted a bit of revenge himself for Narvik, but also he felt Warspite and him personally he could stop, because the tribal captains and quite a lot of destroyer captains were baying for were basically going for the H class, which were their friends. They wanted, vengeance. But the tribal class especially, again, it's kind of like the scenario. And there's all sorts of mysterious stories around Tovey, around what goes on between him and Vian when, they're sort of, and whether he knew. And there's one story, someone comments the other day of, Tovey knew that Vian would have got this message from the Cantilena and there was no point him signalling him. The actual accounts and official diaries show that Tovey didn't. Tovey presumed Vian was still going to follow up to him, but when he found out afterwards, he said, well, that's Vian, what more did I expect? The thing is, the tribal crews were the ones who'd been trained that they were supposed to be the ones who did the reconnaissance. They were the part of the A to K line. Okay? You have to imagine what the A to K line was in the Royal Navy. This was a big thing at this point for the reconnaissance line. That was the tip of the spear. That was literally the tripwire in front of the fleet. They were the ones supposed to poke their head into the lion's den, carry on going, make sure they found the lion and get out. The H-class had been used for their role. Their friends had been used to do their role and they died. If anyone here has ever been in a situation where one of their friends had to step up and do their job and then have got hurt doing it, you will know the emotion you feel at that point. It's a bit of anger, it's a bit of rage, and most of all it's, you're feeling, no, that shouldn't have been them, that should have been me. And that's driving the tribals as they go in. So, to an extent, the CNC goes in with them to make sure they don't go too far. As it is, I'm fairly certain he felt that both Cossack and Eskimo kind of took it to the hill, let's be honest. One rams her way into Narvik Harbour, goes, here's Cossack! And the other one goes, I've lost the bow, don't worry, sternwards! And then gets a message from B-Mount. We know A-Mount's gone, but can you angle us so that we can engage the enemy as well? Of course I will. They're not exactly normal crews. They weren't selected to be normal. Scooters GP, GSP. Do you worry that those of us who love historical could fall into the trap of looking down our noses on those that don't? How do we try to share our passion without being arrogant? Make sure you share it as a passion. Look, if you ever notice, I always try to be careful to make sure I'm showing the passion of something. I'm not delivering a sermon from the mount. I'm delivering I'm sharing my passion and love. And from the energy. If you start talking like this is what happened and this is what happened versus they did this and then thanks to this they then achieved that. It's the energy, it's the approach, that's how you go about doing it differently and try and engage in the audience. And hopefully it works. Vice Admiral Nelson, had Nelson obeyed the retreat order at Copenhagen, how bad would the ships have suffered and could the attack have been renewed at a later date? They'd have probably got beaten up in the rigging especially, but yeah, the attack probably could have been renewed at a later date. He'd been given an order, it was a sensible order, no one was really going to argue with it afterwards. But he ignored it, carried on and won. That's a great one. Am I right to think if Extant Seawolf were introduced in 1969 for Extant Seawolf, would all the batch-free Leanders built after 1970 be built with them from the ground up? Strong possibility. Steve Richards, Argentina. How close was the 6.6-inch turret to that used in Leanders being built? Pretty much identical. I mean, there are some minor stylistic differences, but honestly, once you look at the contents, it's very, very much the same. Blackmail Maximus, on 40,000 ton standard, what could an F3 layout Nelson get, but still 16-inch guns? Well, you're adding an extra 6,200 tons. So you've still got those 16-inch guns. So you're adding in probably speed, and you're probably adding in engines and length. So you're probably going up to 4 shafts, and you're probably trying to get up 28, potentially even 30 knots, depending on how big our engines you shove in there, how many boilers you get in there. Depends whether you go for range, comfort, or speed. If you decide you want to sacrifice bunkerage and accommodations and stores, you can probably put in enough boilers to get to 30 knots. If you decide you want to have a vessel that's comfortable to go everywhere in the world, 28 knots with very high cruising speed. Nice day everyone. If Royal Navy destroyers were 2,000 plus 3,000 and sloops were low, high 2,000 tons, what size range for the corvettes would be considered? Probably still 1,000 tons. You have to remember, corvettes are designed as, this is the minimal equipment we need, what is the minimal size vessel that can accommodate this equipment and support it? So corvettes, the Flower class, are designed as they are because the Royal Navy knows from its work with sloops exactly what they need. They know exactly what they need to put in there. So they know, we need this equipment, X, Y, Z, all this stuff, that's good. Right, so we need that. So therefore, what's the smallest hull that will take it that can be built in a merchant yards? And so that's what they're looking for. They're not really going, hang on, we use 1,000-ton sloops for this, let's find 1,000-ton hull. No, they would be going, well, we can put this in 1,000-ton hull, let's build that, because we can churn them out a lot quicker. Because there are a lot more yards that can build 1,000-ton hulls than can build 2,000-ton hulls. And that's the whole point of the corvettes, they're to be built everywhere and anywhere. Is there such a thing as a normal crew in the Royal Navy? I'll let you know when I find one. Basically, cruiser crews are usually the most well-mannered. They usually know how to use their cutlery. Mainly because they have to do a lot of diplomatic functions. Blackman Max says, could a G3 be converted in an aircraft carrier on 40,000 ton standard? Yes, easily. A G3 could have been converted to an aircraft carrier on the same size as Lexington and Saratoga. Honestly, you could have done a very good job, and there have been pictures on this channel of people who've done drawings of a G3 converted to a carrier. Right then, so let's, I've got a box there that's open. Is that one I'm keeping over for a reason? I cannot remember. And I've got a whole load of books which I'm going to put here so I can sit down and get a drink before I start in on this. I have a feeling if I put them all on the wooden shelf will break. And I have no desire to have to replace another wooden shelf. Please note, I have got a whole list of what I'm calling the Alex do list for this house once we have finished with it. Including replacing 2 bathroom shelves. And these are shelves which are done over the toilets. But the thing is, the last time we had major work done, they painted over them and blocked them in, and no one noticed it. I didn't even notice, and I should have noticed, frankly, earlier on, and it would have made life easy. Anyway, so a few months ago, we had we needed some of the toilets being checked, etc. The only way we could get in time and sort it all out was I had to saw them and saw gaps in them so that we could get in. And by the way, here is my 21st Century Mahan. And there is also somewhere around here 21st Century Sims by the same great author, B.J. Armstrong. Really, really good author. Ay, caramba. Oh, I'm down. I'm down. I need iron brew. Oh, hello. Oh. Ay, caramba. So how is everyone doing today? How are we all doing? Are we enjoying life? Have you recently, like me, discovered that you do not own enough books? I really do not own enough books. I need to have more, honestly. Oh. Oi, caramba. Oh. That's that. Oh. Oh, camera, will you stop doing that? You're going to give me a complex. Hello, yes, I'm here. Thank you. I think my safety hat. This is my working safety hat. Both me and my grandfather swear by them. Or rather, he did when he was alive. Before anyone worries too much about that. He did live till he was 98. And yeah, good life. Do you use Jane's finding ships for research? Yes, I do. I have all sorts of classic copies and current copies. Can we call the Bathurst class, which are 660 to 880 to 802 tons corvettes? We can, or we can call them sloops. The basic difference between a corvette and a sloop isn't tonnage. The difference between a corvette and a sloop is whether they're built to full naval standards. So if it's built to full naval standards, it's a sloop. If it's built to merchant marine standards, it's a corvette or a frigate. If it's built, basically, for the case goes, corvette built to full civilian standards, sloop built to full naval standards, and frigate is somewhere in between. Black Man says, what if SMS Goben was captured by the Greeks? Yeah, I do not want to be to the Ottomans. If the Greeks got the Goben, Lord help the Ottomans. Lord help the Ottomans. Right. Hang on. Remember myself, which way am I supposed to be? Which way is my hair? Parting is on. Which side do I normally have my parting on? I think that's. Is it that side? Oh, it's all swept over. Oof. I'm such an old man. I think it's this way. Oh, hat hair. The Royal Navy estimated they need a minimum of 70 what they called 70 capable cruisers. Now, there's a discussion as to what they meant by capable. Some people treat that as 70 modern cruisers, but I think it means 70 cruisers capable of doing the roles required of them in modern warfare. And that can mean the converted seas and all sorts of other things. Dave Harrison, regarding normal cruise, in medical terms, it's normal for Norfolk. Look, I know Norfolk is a byword for certain things. But there are parts of the UK which A, are worse, and B, no, I've seen worse from the Navy. Oh. I do like Bruships. Is it? Building shells is fun. So is dismantling shells. Sooners GSB. In ideal circumstances, when would be the earliest that twin-engined carrier aircraft would have been deployed? The French were planning on deploying them in the late 1930s. Honestly, you need larger lifts and things to really support them. But honestly, the Americans could have done it earlier thanks to their decade lifts. The British... Again, decade lifts are really what you need to really make twin-engined aircraft work. Realistically, yeah, but they are larger lifts or a development folding thing. So, when you have under the treaty system, it's not going to be until World War II. If you don't have a treaty system, so you have larger carriers evolving, and you probably have more experimentation with lift design and all those sorts of things, even by the British, who, let's be honest, are definitely afraid of losing their aircraft to the sea, because the North Sea keeps nicking their aircraft. So when you've lost more aircraft to the North Sea than enemy action, I think during at least one, or was it just 1916 in World War One, or 1917 as well? I think it might have been both 1916 and 1917. The stat goes, the Royal Navy seaplane carriers that were operating with the Grand Fleet lost more aircraft to the North Sea than to enemy action. And they did some really hairy operations in that time, and they still lost more to the actual sea than they did to the... And when I say lost to sea, it was a case of they were on the deck, being maintained or something, etc., and the wave just went whoop and took them away. Dismantling IKEA shelves and then trying to rebuild them isn't normal, or isn't... Look, I have to say, I do IKEA shelves and I do my own shelves, of course. I have to say, the IKEA ones are good for building an instant office. They're good when you don't have much time. The thing, you have to remember, the whole reason we've been doing the things we've done is we'd hoped we'd been able to do all the building work in the property before my mum and sister had to move into it. Doesn't look like it's going to work that way. And the thing is, if that had happened while the building work had been going on, one of the jobs I would have done while down there is built my office. I'd have set up a temporary office, and then I'd have built my actual office while I was using the temporary office. As it is, I'm going to set up a temporary office, and then I'm going to slowly build the actual office around it as I get time and after we sorted out the house. So, hey, maybe part of the donathon will be me going, I need to buy some properly strong wood for my office shelves. Do we think if I managed to plank some railway sleepers, I could turn them into good shelves? Probably good, quite solid hardwood. But would I be able to get enough there to do it? That's the question. And honestly, my sister already wants 2 dozen sleepers for the garden. Ay, caramba. So, basically, Scooters GP, the answer to the question on the earliest that twin-engine aircraft could have been deployed, probably the late 1920s if you'd had no treaty system. Congress, so in the 30s, the best way for the RN to take out Norway. Okay, don't take this the wrong way, but that's one of the real jokes about the British opinion on the US carriers in terms of a war. It's the British view is, if they're in summer, maybe they're okay and they hug the coast of America, but if they try to operate in the mid-Atlantic, or if they come anywhere close to the North Atlantic, where in sort of our territories, they're going to lose so many aircraft off their carrier thanks to the waves. We won't need to take them out ourselves. Donathon. Yeah, I'm toying with the idea of doing a Donathon at some point this year. Mainly as a way to source the money for pictures for the various for the books, so I can get the books published. What money I sort of need to sort of do a sort of donathon and do another donathon, because I notice it gets done a lot by various groups on YouTube, and honestly, my mum is the one who asked me to go from. The same person who this morning I walked into a conversation between her and my sister where they were talking about rigging and whether or not a Samsung phone would do it well enough, or whether specifically an iPhone is better for tracking. And I just went, I don't need to know this, don't want to hear this, and don't want to be part of this. But, yeah. That same person is the one who suggested, hang on, why didn't you do a donathon for your books to get the money for the pictures? And I went, I couldn't do that, could I? And then I was thinking about it for a went, why couldn't I do it? Let's be honest. Some of the things some people do it for is weird. That's sort of fine. Hello. Why is the camera looking at me in a red light? Why is it red? Why has it gone full Cylon on me? As long as it's working, that's okay. But please note, if I suddenly get attacked for some reason, my camera, my Osbot camera, has gone full red light Cylon on me. Okay? I'm not sure why. It might be a little hot. It does feel a little hot. Okay, give me a second on the camera. Why are you so hot? Goodness gracious me. You're burning up. What's cooking you? What's cooking you, little camera? What's cooking you? Have a break. And have a break. Okay. Well, that's obviously not me, is it? And that's hopefully cooled down a tad. Well, luckily, there is another option. Because I'm like that as a human being, I'm like that. I always have a backup option somewhere sitting around. Yeah-da-da-da. Yeah-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da-da-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. So... remove that. Add in that. Hello everyone. So yeah, I have a backup camera, my old camera, and we'll just stick that down the bottom until the normal camera has cooled down a tad. How's that sound? Sorry, this one doesn't react as well to light and various other things. It makes me look like I'm a pale demon. Oh. Yeah, I did remember that about sleepers, but I wondered if I could do something about them. Oh, so yeah. Now what I'm doing is literally disconnecting the ob spot and cooling that down, because that for some reason has started cooking itself. I have no idea why. I'm not doing Justin Craig this year. Well, not so far this year. I've had to miss it both April and May because of moving house. So I'm still doing Bruships. The only reason I'm not scheduling Bruships a week in advance is because I don't know when exactly we're going to be moving house. At some point in the next 2 weeks, we're going to be signing and completing. And we're hoping to do that on the same day. And then I'm the lucky one who gets to have to rapidly load my car and drive down to Cornwall as quickly as I can to be the one to take possession of the house while we arrange the moving of the other house and try and set up the new house so that the others can move into it. So the reason I'm not scheduling Bruships is the similar Bruships advance is I know that's not going to happen. I'm not going to have to drive down on a Thursday, but I might have to drive down on a Friday, and I could well have to drive down. I could well have to take up, but I'm not sure if I'm going to have. I'm going to take my, my various systems with me and hopefully run it, but I don't want to promise something and then have to cancel it on you all. Discussion head. Hypothetically, your treaty system is clear to break down. You've been asked to invest 200 million extra in Navy for 1937. Where do you put it in? Infrastructure, research, ships. 1937 is too late. There isn't much I can really do with 200 million in 1937, but probably if I'm going to invest in anything, I'm going to use that money to get the 4.5-inch dual purpose fixed and fit a dual purpose upper deck mount done and in production. And infrastructure if I can. Armor production. 200 million will allow me to fix those two issues probably. But honestly, in 1937, it's too late. That's half the trouble for the British. They started in 1937, war starts in 1939. It takes over 2 years to build and crew a ship. You can't do it in that time. The government was caught on the hop. They abandoned the 10-year rule in 1932, and in 1935, when the Japanese said they weren't going to join the treaty, they still persisted as we were. In 1936, they did the treaty, and then they gave until April 1937 to sign it. And so they delay, and then it's panic! Ah! And that's the problem. One way to make the most difference, if you take 200 million and invest it in yards in terms of production in 1932, 1933, and you actually start doing construction at that point, when your 10-year rule is supposedly up, you would have a massive difference by the time World War II came around. You could have invested and grown the armor production of things back before you get to the King George V project, in which case the King George V project probably would have not had any delays, and you could also probably have done some sensible studying and gone, do we really want to have a 14-inch gun in a 16-inch world? Or rather, why can't we have a 16.5-inch gun in a 16-inch world? I prefer to be British and have a 16.5-inch gun. That's the kind of gun we like. That's the kind of gun we were going with before treaties. Because 16-inch guns don't suit us. No, no, no. So, my little thing. Well. You see, I know the camera is now working. I've got it back working, but Ozbot isn't working now for me. And it's still acting as if it's got a still. Let's go to properties and fix this one. Yeah, all good, all good, all good, all good. Right, and that's now working properly, he says. Ah, that's better. I look like a human being again. Pete Dawson, I'd prefer a 200 million job creation scheme in 1930. You want a 200 million job creation scheme? I just gave you one. You're building infrastructure and develop industry for the Navy. That's going to employ hundreds, if not thousands, of people. And probably tens of thousands of people across the country doing those weapon systems. This is going to sound terrible, and it's possibly slightly evil, but Britain is historically in this period one of the world's largest arms manufacturers. You want to create mass employment in the places suffering with the economic downturn caused by the Great Recession. You want to start churning out weapons. The steel yards, the shipyards, all those gun factories and armaments factories, and if you want to build some ships, that's great. Then there's all sorts of more. It's terrible to say, because Everyone would love it to be different, but it's not. Britain has historically been one of the world's largest arms manufacturers. They have consistently been one of the world's largest arms manufacturers. To this very day, we are one of the world's largest arms manufacturers. I know there's some really interesting think pieces recently about how Britain will not be able to maintain an independent military industrial complex. It'll either be bought by the Europeans or by the Americans. And the small problem with that is, so far, they've been writing those same documents since 1945. I can show you paper articles which have said exactly the same points, the exact same wordage, almost every other year since 1945. And so far, that hasn't happened. Does that mean it won't happen? Of course not. But does it mean it will happen? Of course not. The reality is, as long as the British government's prepared to invest, and as long as their requirement is it has to be built in the UK to any extent, there are going to be British companies. Because that's a lot of money. It's kind of like the idea that was, well, by 2014, everyone would only have a single plane. I seem to remember looking at that and thinking, well, that's cute, but at a certain point, they're not going to be selling those aircraft. And that's the other thing. Arms manufacturers might charge a lot of money, but they're not stupid enough to charge so much that no one can buy anything off them. If you have questions, please make sure they go in the Q&A so that they're all together so I don't lose them and I don't get distracted. It just makes my life easier, especially after I've been... Where's the book that landed on my head earlier? Oh, yeah. I got brained by Mogadishu. I think that was one of brain here anyway. It's a stereotype in films that the chief engineer on a ship is Scottish, usually Glaswegian. But it's the only sort of historical trope. A lot of the Royal Navy engineers and ship engineers came from the great shipbuilding yards areas. You know, the Glasgow, Newcastle, Plymouth, Chatham. You will find a lot of their engineers came from those areas. Even today, you still have a track record that certain accents are going to be more common in certain parts of a ship. They're not universal. Anyone can serve anywhere. It's just that seems to be where they go. And part of that is familial legacy, which is still quite strong in the British Armed Forces. It's one of the interesting things. Britain's Armed Forces are one of the few in NATO where consistently quite a lot of their members will tell younger generations of their family, yeah, join up, it's good, it's fun. Michael Couch, in 1931, no one knows the Merlin's going to exist. In 1931, you're dealing with a very different set of engines, and actually, you might not even invest it with Rolls-Royce. You'd probably go with Bristol in 1931, believe it or not. So that's one of the troubles with doing the investment directly in engines like that. Maybe hosting an engine competition in 1931 would be good. With a prize, make it I don't know, put £20 million and say you want a 2,000 horsepower engine that can be fitted in a single engine aircraft that must weigh a certain weight, and if you give us a working engine that passes 1,000 hours of testing, you win the prize. Whoever does it first, that'd be the sort of thing I'd set up. I wouldn't give any money to anyone specifically. Maximum. If light carriers had been allowed under the Washington under a separate category, would the Royal Navy have built larger but fewer standard carriers? Yes. because they don't need to cover all the rolls from that same tonnage. They would probably go for slightly larger carriers. They'd probably go for, let's put it this way, if you're given 135,000 tons for both, let's just say that, okay? 135,000 tons. And light carriers allowed to be up to 15,000 tons. And fleet carriers 27,000 tons. Then the Royal Navy probably goes, let's make a load of, let's kind of make some carriers which are probably, they're probably going to aim for about 27,000 tons for the fleet carriers and build them, because they're going to churn out, like, well, with 15,000 ton, you could get 9 15,000 ton carriers. So they would be able to churn out and upgrade the force up to 14 carriers. They'd be very happy with that, because that would cover it, give them enough coverage. So if Hitler came to power in a non-treaty world, how quickly would a non-treaty Royal Navy make its ambitions a non-starter? The scenario is it would be a case of it would be a non-starter from the get-go. In a non-treaty world, as I said, look, if the Royal Navy's building four capital ships every year, and I was doing the maths and talking it out, now there is the possibility the Royal Navy does build up to its pre-World War I strength of 80 capital ships. There's a video count, so I don't want to get into too much detail about this, because one of the very questions you've asked me for Patreon for June is this question. Is the question of what happens in a non-treaty world economically, etc. And I've gone through it. But, you know, in a non-treaty world, let's say the Royal Navy's ordering 4 capital ships a year, or even every other year, then they could have built 40 ships to 80 ships by the time 1940 rolls around, or somewhere not far off them. The fact is that the battle fleet the Germans would be facing at that point, whatever the Royal Navy's kept and maintained out of that battle fleet, is going to be none of the ships from World War One. It's going to be newer. It's going to have been improved generation upon generation and refined and developed with testing and all sorts of things going on. And yes, there are going to be some issues with, you know, where they've underestimated some factors through testing and overestimated other factors through testing. But the fact is, the Germans will be so far behind in battleship science, they won't even be able to enter that race. You could be dealing with the rest of the entry point for capital ships in the late 1930s could be 16.5-inch guns, because that's where the British were going with the G3s, and 30 knots and 12 guns. In which case, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau just better not show up. The Deutschland class are not even featuring on anyone's radar as a problem, because the Royal Navy at that point could have 20-odd ships which can all outpace them, outfight them, and have armour which is, I don't know, let's say 16 inches thick. I know, at that point, the Germans have to spend so much time investing and developing to develop the ships, the equipment and stuff, to actually sustain themselves to equal end, so they can build a ship of equal capability, that it's going to take years for Hitler to start the construction of those ships. So by that point, they might try and go asymmetrical, but that's going to make their threat one-dimensional. Night 6, everyone, don't take this wrong way, but that question you've got there all about the stuff out of seems more like a explanation of your thought process and wanting me to comment on it than an actual question. And if that's what your maths reckons, to my mind, I'm going with 15,000 tons standard for a specific reason. There are lots of navies which try and work out, and that's about the sweet spot where they can start to get something which is a viable carrier for operations. I wouldn't call it a CVL, but you seem to want to use that designation for it. Mainly, you're ascribing some. How do I put this? Sort of. When you consider CV, CVL, etc., all these things, they are nomenclature which wasn't common at the time. You know, the hull classification symbols, most of the systems you're talking about come from the US, and it's their hull classification codes, which for carriers, let's see, you know, those are carrier. CVL is sort of a fair bit later, but they're not really used by other navies in the same way, and not really thought about the other navies. So what you would probably see the Royal Navy would refer to it as would be a trade protection carrier, or a you know, it would be a cruiser carrier. That would literally be what the British would call it. It would not be armed with 6-inch guns, but it would be a cruiser carrier. The French, I'm not really. What would they call it? The French and Italians probably come up with their own variations of names for it. So the reason I'm saying this is because if you call it a CVL, and you're using that as your nomenclature and thinking about it through that lens, you're very much ascribing a certain perspective on what that carrier is for. For the Americans, a light carrier is supposed to still be a fleet carrier. For the British, a trade protection carrier, a cruiser carrier, is going to be about doing the carrier that can do the cruiser mission. And you would probably get the Royal Navy divide their carriers into fleet and cruiser roles, because that's how the Royal Navy at the time think. So that's going to affect their design and their shaping and how they focus things when they're approaching them, okay? And the reason I'm adding this in is because you have got a lot of figures coming through in your thought process, and you're doing a lot of thinking through it, and that's a good thing. But the first thing I always try and teach students to do is, if you want to try and put yourself through a period and try and you have to put yourself into their shoes. It means you also have to adopt their language. It's why I tend to say strategical rather than strategic, and a few other things. Language, because I spent so much time thinking through the 1920s and 30s and thinking through those periods of history, that I naturally, to an extent, think in that terms of language. And when I find myself working on period age of sail stuff, I can find myself naturally starting to think and talk in that language. Because, and that's not an affection. Please note, there are people who put that on and just go, it's so annoying. But to try and get yourself into the thought process of it. So I worry when you use things like CVL and all these things, because you're using a approach which fits a very much a looking backwards history analysis rather than looking forwards. And if you're doing an alternate history, you are starting from a point in the past which is common, and you are adding in a divergence. So you are going forward. You are not going backwards and adapting what happens in the past to that. You are going forward from this point, and that is how you dealing, seeing what those changes will produce. I know you're using them for you say using them for shorthand, but honestly, you didn't need to. And considering how often you do 1 of 2 and 2 of 2 and occasionally 3 long questions, Zero Richards, I watched the YouTube video on the bidding class. They said they were built for the Atlantic. Are they right? They're like all Royal Navy sloops. They're built to go into oceans. The Atlantic, they can do fine. They can also do the Indian. Basically, if you build a sloop that can stand up to the Atlantic, it can also work in the Indian Ocean and the Pacific, can't it? This is the point which sometimes is lost on some people who are doing videos. They think saying something's built to Atlantic standards means that that's what it's built for. But if you look at the sea states, which tends to be rougher, the Atlantic or the Pacific? Anyone want to put an answer in the chat? Atlantic or Pacific, which tends to be rougher? And while I'm waiting for that one, I'm going to get on with some of the other questions. North Sea. Well, yes, the North Sea again. But, yeah, the British tend to build all their ships to North Sea standards. Atlantic. Coming up. Atlantic. Stafford. Yeah, the Pacific can be rough in parts, but the Atlantic tends to be tougher. So if I build a ship which can take the Atlantic, it can take pretty much everything I need it to take. And that's the point. So it's like when people see and look at the Queen Elizabeth class and they go, that's very much the same, that's so similar to the American and Japanese ships. And then they look at Ark Royal and they go, she's similar to the Japanese and American ships. She isn't, though, when you start to consider, because she still has internal deck lifts, she has her strength deck as her flight deck, and there's all sorts of other considerations going on. Larry Maximus, what made the iron ore of Sweden so special, and is there any other countries where they have similar deposits? America has some good deposits. Britain has some interesting deposits and capable of good deposits. There are a few countries around the world which have fairly decent deposits. But basically, what makes iron ore in Sweden quite so special is its purity. Okay? It means it's far easier to regulate and to turn into high quality alloys, because you don't have to spend as much time trying to, for want of a better phrase, distill it to get its impurities out. Rebecca, as a commercial fisherman working in Atlantic, Pacific, and Bering Sea, Atlantic was rougher than Pacific. Dragon and typhoon season is more a test of intelligence and wisdom than ships. I won't disagree with that. Calm, just spreading awareness. In Croatia, the Austro-Hungarian monarchy's floating dock F is a heritage protection. It's about to expire. She's an anchor in Crez Harbour. That seems stupid. Why is her heritage protection about to expire? Has she suddenly gotten younger? Jacob, ever since the Vikings, we know that a square sail does not have a yard on the bottom. The sheets ran straight onto the deck. But now I'm looking at drawings and a picture of the 19th century. Whalers that do have a boom on their course, bottom square sail. Why? What makes them need one? If you're talking about whalers, etc., why they need one, it's if they've got the boom there, that's pretty much because they want to be able to set the height of it. Because there are certain other things which they're doing on a whaler's deck. Think about what a whaler ship is for, and what can we put on its deck, and you might want to be able to move over it without maybe touching it. There are advantages to having things that you can move along. Bruno, how far back does development, procurement, production of a 16.5 inch have to start in order for it to be deployed in the King George V's? Pretty much the Royal Navy needs to just reactivate the program after Nelson and Rodney have gone through and they've been unhappy to 16 inch. and just keep experimenting the program and keep it ongoing. So it doesn't require a lot of money, it just needs to be kept going. So instead of starting up a new program, you just need to keep one going, and that's the cheapest. If you want to start from scratch, you're probably talking about 1933. Scottish Nerd, would investing in yards act as a form of deterrent? Britain has a lot of yards anyway, so that deterrent level is probably covered by the ones it does have. For nations which don't have yards, it could be. But let me put it this way. Deterrence is often about what you can see and what you know someone has, not what you know they can produce. You have to remember, deterrence, you're usually trying to deal with someone who's already made a decision that is very much illogical and probably could lead them potentially going to war. It's far easier if you have something physical you can stick in front of their brain for them to stop thinking the route they're going down. Knights again. So in a non-treaty world, how long do carriers like Argus, Eagle, Hermes, and 1 to 3 of the Courageous stick around? As long as they're useful as experimental ships, they'll stick around. As long as they're useful for supporting some sort of level of fleet operations, etc., in distant parts of the world, they'll stick around. But slowly, they probably would have gone by about the mid-1930s. If not earlier. When you proposed a 15,000-ton, 9.2-inch armed Hawkins in a previous video, do you think a London Treaty light cruisers with 6-inch guns would be 12,000-ton stun limits? They'd probably get 10,000 tons. Honestly, they'd probably get something like that. Because they tried to... They had this idea of trying to get them to 6,000 tons at one point, but they didn't work. Nice question 7. So, who would be interested in 4 Orion, 3 1911 King George V, 4 Iron Duke, 2 Lion, and 1 Tiger? The British were able to sell them off, which are worn out. Off which are worn out. Potentially the Greeks. Potentially the Chinese. Potentially there's a few powers. Potentially some of the Dominions might be interested in them. But honestly, they might go to scrap. They might just go to scrap. Jacob, I don't need the car. I don't need the image. The picture's the cargo in front of me. But that is a good point indeed. Yes. Oh, it's fun. It's fun. So if there's no treaty, how many generations of 50 to 60, 60 to 70, and 17 to 80 ton thousand capital ships would you think the Iron would try and get? Well, you're probably talking about a jump every 3 or so generations. So let's say they're doing it every other year. They're doing a new class, so they're building a couple. They're ordering 4 over every 2-year period. The G3s are the beginning of the 50 to 60k. So let's say they're 1920. So that would be take you to 1926. 1927 onwards, 1926 onwards, that's going to take you to 1931. That's your next batch. And then you're in the 70 to 80 ones, probably 1932 onwards. So you could have 3, 3, and 4 by 1939. Nice day, everyone. You're asking the wrong question here. I can guess where you're coming from. You're asking American levels of AA coverage from World War II. The British have heavier AA coverage of their ships than the Americans do in 1939. The British have heavier AA coverage in the starting of the war. The Americans get theirs during World War II, and it's very heavy, but the British is also pretty heavy by the end of World War II. So you're asking a question of, is there anything in this period which is going to rapidly change their opinion in terms of air defense coverage? And the fact is, unless you radically changed change the exercises, which you could potentially do if you have more carriers around, you are probably not going to change the level of air defense, because they believed it was adequate in 1939. It's like they believed, due to the fact that in exercises pilots tend to chase the glory of going for the capital ship or the carrier, that the destroyers could get away with the low angle gun because no one was going to go for them because they weren't worth it. Then of course you get into wartime, and actually pilots are going for them because the pilot can actually die in this scenario. So the trouble is, it's exercises that develop quite a lot of false positives. If the Hawkins is built at 15,000 ton standard 9.2-inch guns, would the Americans push for 10-inch guns for cruisers in Washington Treaty, or leave it to 9.2-inch guns developed their own 9.2? They're just about stupid enough to try and do a 10-inch gun. Both them and the Japanese are just about stupid enough to do a 10-inch gun. Same rate of fire as a 12-inch gun. Not that much greater penetrative capabilities than a 9.2-inch. They'll probably go for that. They probably will. So, we have a box up there. We are surrounded by books. We truly are surrounded by books. Knights Signature, that's very strong phraseology. And the reason I'm going to say it's a very strong phraseology is, if you look at the sheer number of attacks versus the sheer number of ships lost, yes, the Royal Navy do lose ships. Yes, there is a gap, improvements that can be made in their air defences, and certainly they do strengthen the air defences rapidly and add a lot more. And there are things like the Vickers quad machine gun mount, etc., which are pointless, and the unrotated projectile system, which is a nice step in development of rockets, but is absolutely useless in terms of protecting its ships, which you're all quite true about. But it also takes out quite a lot of the German aircraft, quite a lot of Italian aircraft, and considering all the things they do in that time, it's like we often talk about the loss of carriers at Crete and loss of ships at Crete, which are damaged. Not sunk, but damaged. There are ships sunk as well, but there are lots of ships damaged. What we often forget to talk about in that same discussion is the sheer quantity of German and Italian aircraft which get lost in the battle for Crete. Yes, they are far easier to replace than an aircraft carrier is able to be fixed, or etc., a cruiser built. But it's not an easy task for them. They are literally throwing the equivalent of human waves of aircraft at those ships. Nothing is being left off the table. Nothing is being left at the aerodrome. So, I would say, if you are going with that kind of phraseology, is going fairly strongly. I would also say with Prince of Wales and Repulse, again, I'm not sure I would call it garbage. I'd say they're in a scenario which they shouldn't have been. Royal Navy doctrine called for task forces operating independently in that scenario to have an aircraft carrier with them. That doctrine had been set up in 1933, and it had been reaffirmed every single time. There hadn't been a carrier available, and it was because of the same man who ordered them to be based at Singapore, then at Ceylon, and who'd ordered them pushed there. So the ships are there, they're in a bad position, and yes, things don't work out, but there aren't really any ships which could have escaped even as well as they did. Now, yes, they both get sunk, but as we've discussed many times, Repulse is a very, very lucky shot, and Prince of Wales is a very, very unlucky ship. So, I'm prepared to say in nicest way, there is nothing much which could have been put down to the ships in that scenario, or even the Royal Navy's AA doctrine in terms of its ship's guns. I would say that's a scenario which they shouldn't have been in. And there are multiple failures which contribute to Force Z happening. So, yeah. No books or box yet. Nope. Glenn Welsberg. Oh, yeah, currently reading about the Corona mine. It looks like you're right about low amount of phosphorus. Colin Cameron. As ship's armor was reused sometimes after its original ship was refitted, scrapped. How many times could it be reused before the stress of use meant it needed to scrap as it's what rough sea impacts? To be fair, it might be reused, but it might go through a tempering scenario. It might be it might be reused, but it's as long as it's viable, and it might have other adaptations to improve it. So it could be the same armor, but we've heated it up and reshaped it, sort of thing. Again, there's how do I put this? Pom-pom armor falling apart. You're talking about some of the systems which were supporting the pom-pom armor were, yes, falling apart. But again, that's not... that's more a problem of the fact that pom-pom ammunition wasn't really suited for the environment it was in, and its storage and where it had been stored and where it had been stored before building on the ships. That is not a problem of anti-aircraft design. That is a problem of logistics and specification in procurement. So I'm sorry, but that does not count. And I know that sounds academic to say, but one of the things we have to do a lot of recently and today is in these times is we have to do after action reports and studies on events and battles and find out the lessons of them. And you have to be very careful that the right lessons are put in the right scenarios. When you're talking about situations like ammunition, belts, etc. falling apart, that is a logistics issue. That is not an anti-aircraft doctrine. Anti-aircraft doctrine would be whether or not they had pom-poms and whether they had enough of them. Anti-aircraft doctrine is, have they got the ammunition supplied? Anti-aircraft doctrine is, are their gunners trained? Do they know what they're doing? If the answer is all yes to all those, then they've got the anti-aircraft doctrine and it's the right for the situation. Fine. However, if the ammunition is falling apart, that's a logistical issue. And that means you have some point in your procurement or your storage, or your logistics as they're moving them out, those belts haven't been suitably treated. They've been exposed to something they shouldn't have. They've been too hot, too humid, whatever. And that's very poor, but that is a logistics failure. And they are always wiser after disaster, because disasters are great, are where you learn, because everything goes wrong. That's ignorant. So how do continuous reconstruction without the treaty help earn money to rebuild empire finances when the empire's economy is more vulnerable to global shocks? Does that only go so far? Knight 681, I'm going to shut down the economic questions. And the reason I'm shutting down the economic questions is, as I've mentioned a couple of times, one of the videos that started was also for June is on the economic impacts of a no treaty scenario, and I have therefore done an entire video of it. So I am not going to give, by short form answering all your questions tonight, a précis of a video which I've spent 2.5 hours recording. I will just say, I refer you to the forthcoming video. Okay? Because I've already mentioned it twice now I've done that video. I think third time I am gonna say no. Don't know. If the Prince of Wales and the Repulsor had a ammunition with tracer rounds in it, might they survive? AA Tracer would certainly have a effect on the morale of the air crews attacking them. Might they have survived? Potentially. Certainly the most effective gun crew in terms of the AA pom-pom gun crews was the crews which had the tracer. Some have been upgraded to the tracerless rounds, and some had the older tracer-based system, and they were far more accurate. So yeah, that's a whole interesting discussion, and there is a deterrent factor of no one likes to fly into tracer. Brown Lexus, if the Colorado class had been built with triples and not twin 16-inch guns, could they be built under 40,000 tons? Well, they already displace 33,100 tons. So I'm curious as to why you're asking if they could be built under 40,000 tons. Colorado class. Yeah. If you're talking about the South Dakotas, if they've been built 8 twins instead of a 4 triple, 8 guns in 4 twins rather than 12 in 4 triples. They are 43. They need to drop down to 35,000 or less. They could probably be built under 40,000 tons, but it's gonna be tough. That's a nice zero for one. If the Imperial Japanese Navy only had 2 Hosho class, and the USA have 2 Langley, yeah. Hosho. Okay. That's a very different spelling of the Hosho class. Honestly, they're probably building again as suits them. And the Japanese and the Americans were already considering they wanted bigger ships. You know, the Americans launched Langley, and immediately, the war games already prior to it have already said it's going to be too small for what they want to do. And as I discussed in the American naval doctrine, pretty much from the get-go, they want big carriers. They want the big strike wing. Because they fundamentally believe launching the most aircraft most quickly is what wins the battles. So they're going to take their time, but they're going to build some big ships as well. And the Japanese are going to be building big for similar reasons. The Japanese have very similar analysis going on. One of the interesting things I had discovered was whether or not I have a very I'm putting a very Mahanian spin on the Japanese, a Western point of view on their interpretation of Mahan. One of the things you have to remember is they have different battle plans for how they deal with the British versus how they deal with the Americans. The Americans does end up in the Kantai-Kessen decisive battle. The British one, though, is the counter-British is actually the big gun, big ship scenario. And the British one is based on the fact that they believe the British are going to try and do a blockade, whereas the Americans are going to go for a decisive battle. What's that based on? What's that analysis? Their analysis is based on the fact Mahan is the American theorist, and they believe the Americans are going to act according to the principles of Mahan, when actually they end up not doing that so much. And the British theorist, of course, is Corbett, and so they believe the British are going to act according to Corbett, which is interesting because that is the battle plan the British have, but they seem to have forgotten the fact that the British are now obsessed with taking out any ship in harbour. So their plan of having a big battleship sitting in harbour, so the British have to have all their battle fleet sitting in the Far East, which means they can't defend their home Mediterranean holdings, which will make them weak, and so the British will therefore want to withdraw from it, and it will fall back, is kind of misplaced because the British are going to send up carriers like Ark Royal and sink them in harbour. But they have doctrines and plans for dealing with both their opponents. And yes, if it does sound like it's Mahanian in thought, that's because they're thinking they're going to be facing a Mahanian enemy. So they're trying to get into the mind of their opponent. It's the big problem the Americans have in that they have no idea who the Japanese theorist is for a lot of the period. There are people who individual naval officers who have an idea and have explaining it, but they aren't really listened to. Whereas the British actually buy the books. I'm not sure if they read them, but they buy the books. You can find copies of the original Japanese naval theorist books in the UK, in the things like the library at Dartmouth, etc. I say, would I be wrong to think the British would automate on their aircraft carriers without treaty? They would try and automate things as much as they could, yes. They'll do it on anything. If they don't have to worry about tonnage, and therefore they just have to go, they can reduce crew numbers, they'll do that. Black Max was HMS Implacable versus IJN Kagi in a surface battle at night. Who wins? Probably Implacable. Because Akagi might have the bigger guns, but Implacable has the weapons and sensors and armor and stuff to use them. Plus, let's be honest, as a habit, it's the Royal Navy carriers in World War II which like to engage in night battles and engage surface targets with their own guns. If the first carrier battle had been a surface gun night battle in the ocean raid, how would this affect carrier design and doctrine? Lord help them. Lord help the world. Who knows? Other than we possibly have carriers to this day still carrying something like 6-inch guns or 4.5 or 5-inch guns. They'd look like sort of combination between the American super carriers and the Russian carriers. Read on. In the US Civil War, General Scott formulated the Anaconda Plan. Is this a basic strategy that has no real origin, or did he get it from somewhere specific? It's a siege strategy. It's straight out of Vauban. If you look at it, what he's basically doing is he's doing a siege of the Confederacy. You can actually say he's doing a full Vauban siege. He's putting a ring around them to keep them in it, and he's putting a ring around that to keep everyone else out of it, and then he's condensing the ring. With with the full, scenario of trenches and parallels and all those things being shown out in sort of the maneuvers of the ships, of the troops, and the rivers and canals and all the roads and railroads that they're working on. Yeah, he's like most generals in his period. They are trained in military engineering. They are trained in artillery. That is what they learn from, and that's what they're going to base their thinking in. So yeah, it's pure Vauban. The Anaconda plan is pure Vauban. It's been around since Julius Caesar, that idea, actually. Julius Caesar did that at his Great Siege. Nice one. Wouldn't the Marine Nationale get the first get one class and two Independence class as a replacement for the two Joffre class if they got built? If they built the Joffre class, they wouldn't get them. They'd have the Joffre class. there's a lot of interesting scenarios. If they haven't got the Joffre class, they get the Colossus and the 2 Independence class, and then they're happy with them. But if they've got the Joffre class, they wouldn't want them. Oh, yeah, thank you. 9 Westwards. If the 15,000-ton 9.2-inch Hawkins class being built, what would the Lexington class carriers be built with, or would they just build a cruiser to protect them? I will live in perennial hope that something could make the Americans build the cruisers to protect them, rather than trying to stick 8-inch guns on my perfectly good carriers. This is the thing. I like the Lexington classes. I think you're ruining them by sticking 8-inch guns up on their blooming flight decks. What are you gonna do? Stop flying aircraft on and off to use your guns and engage a gunnery duel? Have you seen the size of the target? It's a battlecruiser hull. It's massive. It doesn't want to be an 8-inch gun range of anything. It wants to be an aircraft range at best. Preferably worst. Night 6 everyone. The question for the Clemenceau was not how big a carrier do they want to build. It was how big a yard do they want to use. Kind of like the Charles de Gaulle. Depends on the government's relationship with the largest yard in the country. If it's currently a very bad relationship, they will go for the second largest yard, and that'll define the size of the carrier. If it's a good relationship, they'll use a larger yard. Their technological dead ends to you, Knight 6831. To the French, they would have been pieces of national pride and identity. And again, you're reading history backwards. You have to read it forwards. What are the French going to think of them? Are they going to think of them as technological dead ends if they have them and they're in service? Or are they going to think of them as prides of France that, well, if they've survived, they must have been part of the 3 French fleets that have fought in the Mediterranean and other parts of the war, have given stalwart service and much honour to the French fleet, the French national pride. In which case, they're probably going to get upgraded and modified and anything else that's needed done to make them as viable as they can be. So, yes. Sorry, these things are political decisions. Once you're dealing with capital ships of any size, whether they're carrier, battleship, battlecruiser, whatever they are, it's going to be politics. That's going to decide it as much as anything else. So you might well go, well, hang on, this is going to be terribly expensive, and is this sensible, and all these things, and you could be completely right. Doesn't change what's actually going to happen, though. What happens if you give HMS Unicorn 8-inch guns? Don't go there. She's good enough with her 4. She's fine with her 4-inch. Leave her with them. And also, it becomes very top heavy once you put 8-inch guns that high up in the ship. I don't think it's any problem with the cruisers. Nice to say, everyone. If you consider Matapan, they are at knife fighting range with 3 of the Royal Navy's battleships, an aircraft carrier, and some cruise and destroyers. Don't take this the wrong way. The fact that those ships survive any of their crew at all is amazing. If Canada had built 4 Candy-class cruisers in the 1920s, would this encourage the other dominions to build more? Potentially. Yes. And probably the British to build more as well, because if Canada's building some and Australia's building some, etc., the British government probably build more as well, because they're going to be collectively cheaper and it's going to be a sign of national alliance. Also, at that point, you never know, the Indians might even build some. Which then could form an interesting thing for the treaty. If, let's say, the British have got 4 with Canada, 4 with Australia, 4 with India, maybe a couple in New Zealand, so that would be 14. The British themselves have got, let's say, 16 or so, and then that's 30, which add in the Hawkins, and you could be looking at tonnage limitations of something like 400,000 tons for cruisers, and the British could be very happy because you can get 400,000 tons as your cumulative limit for heavy cruisers and for light cruisers, for the Royal Navy and for the Royal Navy and the American Navy. Then the British will go, woohoo! Because that's going to be 40 brand new light cruisers and 40 heavy cruisers. Again, we need to redo that end bit. Again, 96831, I'm not arguing with you about the technological point of view. I'm arguing about the politics of it. If they survive World War II because they weren't sunk at Toulon, that means the only way they could have survived World War II and been viable is if they're with the Free French. In which case, they are part of the fleet which has fought for France throughout World War II. Which means, in which case, they are not going to be got rid of. They're going to be improved. It's going to be a case of national pride. Doesn't matter what the stats book says, it matters what national pride is. Please, no one feel they need to send me a knife or anything like that. Every time I have a knife, every time I have anything I'm using for this, it gets nicked. Dan even left me some scissors when he was last over here helping, that I was using, and they have now been nicked. So yes, I've just given up. You have ideas of how to make a self-driving 5-inch frigate loco. Okay, alright. If you want to. That removes half the fun of them. Colin Cameron, again, the earlier point goes to you. I'm not gonna get anything like that. It'll just get nicked. I have a Stanley Life, that's been nicked. I have 3 excellent pocket knives, they've been nicked. And every time I go to try and nick them back, I get told, no, we're using that one. Why? Because we've blunted all the others. My Stanley knife is covered in so many layers of tape that it is now... I need to spend time picking it off. And there was an actual suggestion from my sister, which thankfully got shut down very quickly, was that I'm going to wash it off in hot soapy water. And both me and my mum looked at her like... I love her dearly, but no. No. Keep that out. Where should we start? Well, I think we need to keep the 0 out as well, because I've got Japanese doctrine coming up. The Royal Navy versus the World, 1775 to 1782. Sam Willis is a good book. Nuclear Deterrence in Southern Asia, China, India, and Pakistan is always a good read. It's useful for learning about other people. British Admirals of the Fleet, 1734 to 1995. That's a fun one to read as well. It allows me to know exactly who I'm talking about when I'm swearing, when I'm being rude about BT's people. Which I, of course, do not do regularly. I'm not constantly rude about BT and his people. Yes, Vera Lotta Matthews, Wrens. Very good book about the Wrens. Oh, Historical Appreciation of Contribution of Naval Air Power by the Sea Power Centre Australia. It's what worth a read, actually. I'm going to keep that out as well. The Fighting Trawlers by published by Hutchinson. It's a good book. Depth charge exploding. Destroyer Actions, another good one, by Harry Plovey. Swordfish Patrol by George E. Sandler. Right, and 1984, question 17. In an undeclined British Empire, how would they handle the support ship fleet given that the mini-navies don't use an RFA-type organisation? They'd probably find themselves developing an RFA-type organisation rapidly, or alternatively, they would have a conjoined one. But probably they would develop one They don't really need... most of them aren't big enough to really have one. By the way, for those keep wondering where some of my analysis and discussions of the British foreign policy since 1945 come from. David Sandler's book, I do not agree with everything he says in here at all, but Losing Empire, Finding Role is a good starting point for the discussion of what happens post-1945 to the British. It's a good starting point. It's not an ending point, but it's a good starting point. Roy Atkins, Trafalgar. I've covered it before in this channel. Fair number of times. Book about Fraser of North Cape and all the stuff he gets up to. He's always fun. He's about as insane as you'd expect from a British officer of that generation. Yeah. Civil War. The Wars of the Three Kingdoms. 1638 to 1660 by Trevor Royal. Good one. British Civil War. Massey's Castle of Steel. Ah! Sir Michael Rose. A fairly good book from him. Certainly one I enjoy reading. Again, don't agree with everything in there, but it's a good starting point for a discussion. And that's sometimes what you need from books, a good starting point for a discussion. Ooh, that's a good starting point. Some of this channel might refer to this as the potential Bible of the Blackburn. There you go, Blackburn aircraft since 1909. For those of you who obsess over the Blackburn, you should probably try and grab a copy. Yeah, but Thomas, a blunt knife is more dangerous for trading than a sharp one. Yes. You're not going to get me to disagree on this one. I'm not. I love my sister family. I do. They're equally crazy and nuts. But how could you not love them? They're family. Oh. Ooh. That's just trying to be fun. That's one for Knight 6831, probably more than anyone else. Fleet Air on the aircraft since 1946 by Ray Sturvian, Nick Barrow and Lee Howard. The full list of aircraft. Hi Jack Ray, how you doing? Yes, it's another book packing stream because people have just realised just how many books I do actually have. Ah, yes. John Lambert's Destroyer Weapons. British Naval Destroyer Weapons of World War II. It's a good book. It really is. Will it fit in the box? That's the question. Ooh, it's going to be a bit on the tight side, but I think it might do it. If I stick it further in the box, it may work. May work. The Illustrated Guide to Submarines. Oh, HMS Edinburgh, last call. Hello. Destroyers of World War II. I think that goes in there better than this. Yes, it does. Take that one out. Liberty Factory. Armoured fighting vehicles. Always good to have those along for the fun. Should always have some armoured fighting vehicles going on. You never know when you're going to need them. Break down a wall or two. That one could go there in a bit. So, let's go through the rest of the books. What have we got? Development of British naval thinking. It's It's a good starting point again. I don't agree with everything in it by a long way. There are some authors in there who I consider seriously... They have what I call post-World War II American systems must be right because they're the glorious country of the Cold War syndrome. And the thing is, that's harder to argue because the Americans are often quite right and they're often pretty darn good in their stuff because they work hard at it. But often these people don't actually ask why the Americans are right and whether they are right for everyone else or for the Americans in terms of their equipment. And that's a question which more and more we've needed to ask ourselves over recent years. Because the American equipment is great, but it often very much suits the American style of combat, which might not be everyone else's style of combat. Which is sacrilege to say at certain points, I'm sad to say, when it should be just part of it. It should be just acceptable. Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, that's fine. That doesn't suit us. All right. What do we do? That's the point, you know. It's... Treating things as sacrilegious is always a bad policy to go when you're talking about defense and procurement, because it's a good way to end up not having the right equipment when you need it. And that's a big problem. Not having the right equipment when you need it. I need a smaller book. Ah, Mogadishu, you were sitting behind me the whole time, weren't you? You've been plotting this the entire time. Cause me trouble. That's Mogadishu for you, always causing me trouble. Is there any other small book around that I can use for that little hole? Small book. Ellis, oh boy, can you fit in there? Will you do me a favour? Oh, you good Marine. It's always nice to know the US Marines always up for the job. No, not quite. I'm not going to subject you to that, Marine Ellis. Let's see, next question. By myself, in the 20s and 30s, how large a fleet could India have supported? If they'd invested, I would reckon a squadron of cruisers, a couple of flotillas of destroyers, and about the same number of sloops, and probably probably a good, decent-sized force of submarines. Without stretching the bank or stretching the making themselves giving themselves too much trouble. Hello. Do you fit? No, you don't. This is becoming embarrassing. I have no small books. No small enough book. Hang on. If I instead reorganize this, that to there, that to there, that to there, I stick that onto there, then that becomes solid. That becomes sensible, and that fits, and we have a solution. good as GPSP, what would you consider the parallels between terrestrial and future space infrastructure, and where would things diverge to where they could no longer be a reasonable comparison? Okay, so if I would say you're probably going to end up going with a hub and spoke model for space operations. And I would say it's going to be a parallel at the strategic argument and valuation of things. It's going to be a problem to try and use it as a definition and when you are actually designing the actual components of it, if that makes sense. So when you're asking what do you need to do, those components need to do in terms of strategic missions, you're probably going to find a naval history a very useful parallel to draw from. When you're asking what they're going to need to do in terms of physically, that's probably going to be very different. If one of the Dominions wanted Warspite as a museum show of World War II, would the UK be willing to sell it for cheap? So scrap price, but full price? Probably. Let's be honest, the British government in that period were not really that smart. So they probably happily accept that. They wouldn't ask the question of, but if someone else wants it, shouldn't we be keeping it? No, they go, oh, someone wants it, we can make money. If HMS Tiger had a sister ship, how might this affect World War II? If there's any newer battle cruiser, then BT's aboard that. But also, that does give them an extra battle cruiser going into World War II, which gives them slightly more firepower at certain battles, potentially. It's going to depend how the refit schedule goes. This keeps breaking on me, doesn't it? There you go. And basically it gives them more options. That's the big thing. But yeah, BT would not be in Tiger. When was the Queen Elizabeth class battleship HMS Argent supposed to be laid down? 1914. How much funding would you need for a trip to find HMS Argent's design plans? Well, that's the interesting thing. It's supposed to be built in Portsmouth. So basically I need to spend a lot of time in Portsmouth Historic Dockyard. But I have suspicion that if I'm going to find anything, it's not going to be down there. I have a sneaking suspicion it'll be in Ellswick. If I'm going to find the details which will give me the information I'm looking for. And basically, I have a feeling the Royal Navy was up to their usual tricks. And very much usual tricks. Of hiding things in plain sight. They've done it so often now, it's becoming it's a running gag. And so that every time something smells fishy, it probably actually is in this period. pretty much every time you know, it smells fishy, it is fishy. Where are you going to go? Well, actually, I have an idea. I have a cunning plan. If I get the books out the way, and the box out the way, I can put you down there, and I can sit down in a seat for a bit. I don't know where you came from, but go off there. Right. Oh, let's catch up on some questions. Especially now I have a footrest in the shape of a book box. So, Blackmore, how much? I'll answer that one. Nice different. Question 18. How useful would a 5 Shakespeare class and 8 Scott class destroyer leaders? They fulfilled their role and did it well. I'm apparently now off the side of the screen, so let's fix that a bit. Make sure that's locked. You didn't answer the question. How much? I haven't worked out the cost of trips that are going to be from Cornwall. I've got them from the costs from going from here. So, based on that, I would... Hang on, I need a hotel when I'm in Portsmouth now, because I wouldn't be driving up and down every day. So that's going to add that, but that's probably not going to be more than 100 a night. Let's be honest. Look, I would probably go... I normally go out of season and midweek, but I'm probably talking about a 5-day trip to Portsmouth to sit in their library in the historic branch, going through their records, and at least another 5 days up in Newcastle, and probably possibly 5 days up in Glasgow. So we're probably talking somewhere around, including petrol. Or I could get the train at this point. Possibly the train at this point. It might be cheaper to get the train. Not the plane, because I'll need to take luggage with me for that time period. But because unlike certain other people who go on history trips, I do actually like to change my underwear. Not Drac, by the way. Not Drac. There's no one in the Shipshape crew who goes that one, because in the nicest way they wouldn't survive 5 minutes of the ribbing from me and Gareth. But, yeah, the thing is, there are colleagues of mine I know who will literally go away with one set of underwear, one shirt, one set of trousers, one jacket, one set of socks, and will do a 2-week research trip with only that. And honestly, I don't care if they're showering every day. That's gonna stink by the end of it. Honestly, I'd chuck that away. I would not be going anywhere near that. So yeah, I'd say probably 1,500, but that's me really spitballing it and just working out costs of accommodation, etc. But you know, I'm going to work this out. There are going to be things put in the donathon. as said, I'm looking at. There's a reason I'm looking at doing a donathon because I think it'd be fun and I want to see if I can do it. But also, I've been reading some of the stuff around YouTube, etc., and these sort of things. And if you do a really long live, like a donathon, it does seem to tend to push your channel up. And so if I time it right, it could help with the run up to Christmas and to help me get to those 15,000 subscribers as well. Hello, Icy Demon 666. Oh my god, I thought I was one. No. Look. This conversation was going on, and well, I probably shouldn't say, but a friend of mine who is a very good academic, who is known for their bit of an acerbic wit, possibly mentioned the phrase, "Oh, now that explains what the smell is." If the RN had got all the Shakespeare's class, Scott class, straw leaders, how many would still be around in 1939? Bigger destroyers are easier to upgrade, so you probably kept them more. But it's how many flotillas do you have needing leaders as well? Blabber Maximus, if the 15,000 ton, 9.2 inch armed Hawkins class cruiser had been built, and the RN built several light carriers, do you think they'll get the Fleet Air Arm back sooner? Yes. The larger the naval aviator, the Fleet Air Arm, the more likely the Royal Navy get the carriers back, because the more and more it becomes a component of the Royal Navy, and the more and more it becomes self-sustaining. No, I think we were talking about that on Friday. We have got our regular meetings going on Friday, and I introduced the potential fifth member who'll be coming with us on the trip, and to the team, and so they got to meet him. I think that worked out well. They all seem to like him. I think you're all going to like him, and it should all be good. But yeah, the thing that was pointed out to me was that the Swedish coaches are apparently very much quiet carriage rules on their railways. So they might not like me broadcasting. But there again, if I can figure out a way to do it, I'll do it. Clarke Aaron, do you have all of Professor Lammer's books? That's a tough question to answer. Because one of his published ones I've not managed to get a copy of. But I actually have two more books by him that have been published. In terms of sections, because he gave me some stuff while I was doing my PhD to read through. Because Andrew is a absolutely wonderful academic, and I will never forget the conversation with him when I was first talking about writing a book. And he went, "Ah, yes, I should really turn over one of these I have beneath my desk to a publisher, shouldn't I?" And I went, "What?" "Yes!" And he had literally, sitting beneath his desk, I kid you not, about 8 books. Fully done, all the pictures, everything sorted out, in a box for each book, ready to go. He'd done them. He just hadn't sent them to the publishers yet. He just, he writes the books he feels like, and he sends it to the publishers when he feels like it, as a completed book. And he suggested to go, "You are truly special. I'm also truly afraid." Nice one. So, is the prefix of JDS, later JS of the JMSDF, something made up by the Americans? No, that's the Japanese working with concert with their allies and trying to harmonize their practices to their allies. Blackmail Maximus. If India had gone down the route of building up... What the frick's... That's... Okay, that's... That. That's answered. If India had gone down the route of building up infrastructure and military between 1920 to 1949, how could this change World War II in India post-war? It might change the scenario they find themselves in terms of the starvation. Famine, which is called the starvation, of course. It might also change things in terms of the structure of Force C and the various forces out there, because you'd have India and Australia as the major military powers that Britain could be drawing from out there to assist them as part of the Empire defence. So you probably deal with a far larger formation overall in Force C. They would probably have more destroyers and maybe more cruisers with them than they did historically. Jack Ray, did HMS Renown 1916 have better armor layout than HMS Tiger 1913? Honestly, I'd say Tiger had the better armor layout, because Tiger is a battle cruiser, one word. Renown is built by built by Fisher, and she is a battle cruiser. As Hood is, as the Admirals are designed as, because he is a battle cruiser lover, rather than necessarily being sensible and heading towards the fast battleship. He's an all or nothing guy. He doesn't accept any compromise, and he really isn't that good at innovation when it comes to technology. He has ideas of how to use the technology, yes. But if you consider the whole reason Dreadnought has wing turrets is because he didn't believe super firing was possible despite other nations doing it at that time, and all sorts of other things, it shows that he is not really as technologically minded as he thinks he is. He's about big guns, he's about visions of the future. He's not necessarily the practicalities of actually achieving the future. That's where people like Jellicoe, Henderson come in. Hello, Shanch. Are you aware of any good works for learning more about the impact of computers on the development of maritime combat and naval procurement? It's not that, so rope. There was an Australia book around here a second ago. I swear I had it in my hands not that long ago. There you go. Not this one, but in this series there is a book about computers and networks. In this series, the Australian Maritime Sea Power Centre's History Papers in Australian Maritime Affairs series, there is some in that. Steve Clarke, Beatty must have been a half-decent captain, so who was ultimately the one individual responsible for not spotting Beatty was not up to being a Vice Admiral? Oh, there's a collective failure on that one, but there's... You see, look, he was a decent captain, he was an okay Rear Admiral. Vice Admiral and leadership or something, being solely in charge of something, is a very different task. Rear Admiral's a squadron commander. Mostly doing what they're told, and if they are leading squadrons, they're leading smaller squadrons in distant stations where they have time to think things through. He's Vice Admiral in charge of what is the most important Vice Admiral posting in the Royal Navy. That requires something more, and he isn't that. Especially not in his selection of staff. We need to select for quality than anything else. So now in 150 Bruships, in Bruships 150, what question lives rent-free in your head? None of them, really. Don't take this the wrong way, but what usually happens with a question, I go away and I answer it. And I work out what I'm supposed to do, and I will get to it. And I'll write it down somewhere, record it. It's like, a couple of weeks ago, we had the whole thing of a common response video. And there is one scheduled to come up with, and I might even cover that topic in the common response video. I might not, because there are other comments which come in at that time, which also require some attention. And the thing is, I'm happy with that. Once I've got an answer to a question, I put it to one side. I write down the answer somewhere, or I record the answer somewhere, and then I move on. Because there's always another question. There's always something else which I have to think about. And I want to think about. Both of the fluffy research assistants are turned into Maine Coons the size of the record holder, Stewie, 48 inches long. What changes? Honestly, not much with Raleigh, the senior fluffy research assistant. That's a bit bigger than him, but not much. In terms of Zebedee, the fluffy research assistant, his main issue being the size of a Maine Coon is that more than likely he's going to not be able to do what he likes to do currently, which is curl up on the top of the various chairs around people's heads. So he likes sitting on people's shoulders and the back of the chair. If he couldn't do that, he'd be very upset. Yeah, that's pretty much what we do on Ship Shape. Usually I take 10 days worth of clothes. And the reason I take 10 days worth of clothes, this is going to sound terrible, but it's because I go crawling beneath the engines on ships whenever I get the chance, and the boilers, and I go really down deep. And I come out and I stink of oil. So, sometimes I will literally go through 2 sets of clothes that day, because especially if we have a function that evening, or probably we're going out to dinner anyway, because we normally have breakfast, work through lunch, and then have dinner when we are doing the trip. I will go back to the hotel, shower, change, and the clothes which went through the boiler, along with whatever clothes I also have, will go down to the laundry, and it's a case of, can you please clean these? And the receptionist will go, oh, good lord, what have you been doing today? And I go, I've been literally below an engine. Oh, yes, of course you have. And I'm sort of going, yeah, I have. I've been below a ship engine. But carry on. It's always fun. There was the time 3 of us walked in, Gareth, myself, and Drac walked in all wearing black. And we all had our shades with us that day. And then there was Dan between us, looking kind of hippie-ish. And they literally thought we were his security. That's, because there was the 3 of us dressed in black, standing around him as we walked in, because we were just going in sort of a gaggle as we felt. And it just looked like he was a pop star and we were security. Oh, I'm not getting... look, every time I take coveralls away with me on a holiday, they disappear. I have been supplied coveralls by the Royal Navy, by the US Navy, by... Who else have I had them from? I've had a couple of navies give me coveralls at various points in my life, wandering around. Um, and yeah. In fact, I've got multiple sets. I had multiple sets from the fleet, from the Royal Navy. 2 different Fleet Air Arm squadrons, and tried to supply me with them. They either get returned or lost. And when I say lost, I mean they get so exposed that they no longer, you can't clean them. They're at the point at which you give them a you can't even put them in the bin. You have to take them to the dump and go, these have been exposed to chemicals. Handle with care. Dispose of safely. Nice question. Is the Singapore Independence class littoral mission ship a better attempt to the idea than the failed littoral combat ships we're going to be for? It suits Singapore better, and as such, it's going to work. But that's the thing. Singapore actually built something which suits their needs, whereas the littoral combat ship didn't suit the American needs. Blackburn Maximus. If the C-class cruisers have been built with 4 twin 6-inch guns and 6 twin 21-inch torpedo tubes on 8,000 tons, how does this change World War I and our cruise development? It means that the cruisers are going to get massive. Also, you'd probably go for 4 triple 21-inch torpedo launchers, not 6 twin. That's going to take up a lot of deck space. A lot of deck space. And a lot of weight. The mechanisms for the 4 triples are far easier to put in on that weight, roughly 8,000 tons. Why did twin and triple mounts take so long to be used on smaller guns? Because miniaturization is a pain in the... Blackman Maximus, could the Admirals be shorter if built with 3 triple 15-inch gun turrets and still maintain their speed? Well, a triple turret is going to require you to be slightly beamier than a twin anyway. And it's linked to beam ratio, which affects your speed. But with the length and the beam they had, they could accommodate triples and maintain that speed. So I don't think they could be built much shorter and maintain their speed unless you're going to try and ump their power. And the whole point about them is they're supposed to be global cruisers. Nice to go for everyone. Question 23. Would it be right that the Broca BR-1120 Sirocco could have retired at the same time historically the Vought FADF and Crusader did in 1999? It would not be illogical to assume that. Take care, Tanif. Anyway, if Prince Bismarck and Prince Jürgen had made it to the Atlantic without being intercepted, how long could they have stayed out? That's on a logistical basis. If the twins had also come out, how long? All 3 battleships and Prince Jürgen Himba have operated before, exhausting the supply ships. About a month. It's about a month they could probably have stayed out. If they don't have to do a lot of high-speed manoeuvring, and they can stay at their cruising speed. But the trouble is, they are not going to be in a good... They are going to be under the hump the whole time. If, say, Canada had taken Warspire's museum ship and Australia had Renown, who gets up the ramp first during the trips and what would you like to see? I think if I beat Drac aboard Warspite, I think I would probably have been beaten to a bloody pulp at some point, excuse the French. But I think thanks to his channel, he would have that would have been his first visit. Actually, no, he'd have visited a long, long time ago. I'm the one who's terrible at going to places and not doing the touristy things, because I go on work trips. Ship shape the trips are the closest I have ever been to travelling as a tourist. They are the closest I have ever been to travelling abroad as a tourist. My family don't do foreign holidays as holidays. We go abroad for work, on work trips, but we don't go abroad on holidays. And ship-shape trips are the closest I get to do it, which is why things like going to a ball game in Canada, etc., are quite so fun for me, and going around the museums, because I don't normally get to go around museums. Normally, when I've gone abroad, I've literally gone to office buildings, some very nice fancy office buildings sometimes, but office buildings. And they've been everything you can imagine from that scenario. So, yeah. That's been most of my travelling. As for renown, that would have been me. In the nicest way, it would have been kind of like HMCS Hyder. Getting on there before me. Well, I might have gone guerrilla mode. Nights ago, everyone, I think the answer to your question is money. I think the answer to that question is always money. And cost. And how much the government's prepared to spend, or has available to spend, or wants to spend, or how much money politicians have got for various things. I'm trying to get enough space that I can get into the fridge, so I can get some iron brew. Yay! I think we've got the space. Yay! I'm in the fridge. I've got iron brew. Another box in a bit. I think I'll do the next box sitting down, because I can do it on top of the box. Build one box on top of the other box. And then I'll really have blocked myself in. At that point, knowing my luck, my sister will have a brainstorm about the garden and turn up. There are more books down there. I will be going down there again later, after this is over. I think I'm not gonna risk getting stuck down there in front of all of you. It's embarrassing enough. Getting an avalanche of books and boxes on me. Da 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 da. Camera. Hello? Hello? Camera? Thank you. Yeah, you're slow sometimes, but you're getting better. I don't think they could hurt it, 960 Would the Braco and Sirocco, the Saltatard, make the, and the latter, the Salt Braco Supertard, make the Clemenceau class more formidable? They wouldn't exactly hurt it. Making it more formidable... Well, again, they wouldn't hurt it. No, that's the scenario. It's not going to hurt it to have such things. It's going to be useful to have them. going to sound funny, but I'm going to miss this office. As much as I'm looking forward to having a new, bigger office, I am going to miss this space, because I built it entirely. Yes, it's not built... when I wanted to build it, I wanted something bigger. I did say it needed to be about an extra foot longer, an extra 6 inches wider. But we got what we could get through planning and what we could afford. And it's worked, and it's been a very nice office and a very happy space to work. And I have spent a lot of time in here. A lot of time. My average work day starts at about... I'd say most days. I'm out here by about 7:38. And most days I call it a night at about, when I'm not live with all of you, 11. I wouldn't say I'm a workaholic, it's just, you know, I go get lunch in that time, I go with family and those sort of things. But it's just, it's what I do. I do get the work done because it needs to be get done. And then I go into my in-house and I read for most of the time because I don't sleep much. I am currently functioning on 4 hours sleep. Had Friday night. So for me, that's practically golden. Okay. Did you mean an extra fathom longer? You have to give me context, Peter Dawson. To what point, what of the many questions I've had tonight are you responding to my answer for? Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-dee. And yeah, I want to put this around here as well. Ooh, let's have a chat. Let's check in the chat. I worked at a distillery. One day, someone drove a forklift into Secretariat. I was one of the people that had to clean up. My clothes smelled like fun and had plenty of room on the train on the train back. Yep. There again, if you want another trick for having plenty of room on a train, wear one of these hats and smile. In the UK, it's brilliant. It's better than anything. It's better than anything to get space on a train. And as we all know, space on a train to be comfortable when everyone else is crowded in because they think you're a nutter is worth its weight in gold. Or better than something which I'm not going to mention in front of my two cousins. Because that will definitely get me into trouble, even though it's not a bad word. It would still get me into trouble with the bigger cousins. So I'm not saying it. But many of you will know what I'm talking about. Sorry, size address. Yeah, Ed wanted to be... Oh, a fathom longer would have been lovely, but it was never going to get that and fit in the garden. So, yeah, about a foot longer would have been fine, and about 6 inches wider would have given me a huge advantage in space. Ugh. Surely you're an eccentric, not a nutter. I'm a naval historian. I literally have 5 different copies of the dictionary. And the wartime memoirs of Commander J. Dennis. Because why not? Life and Letters of David Beatty. Ugh. You are allowed to cry at the thought of those, but that book, I've had to read it. It was full of interesting words. Those I need out. Those I need in books I can get hold of. Those I need in boxes I can get a hold of. This stuff is not stuff I need in boxes I can get a hold of. Almost that's the story. Cute. What the frick is this stuff? Da-da-da-da. Guess someone sent her away. Tank Museum. The war that never was. There were many of those wars. There were many of those wars. So, if HMS Tiger battlecruiser had a sister built in Thames Iron Works and a 7th QE built in the yard, how could this affect war and what use for the yard during the war? If the yard is used and actually built, then the yard will be still in use the whole way through the war and will be providing ships. So, it's a big yard, it's going to be producing ships. That's going to provide you with more cruisers probably built. That's going to provide you with more destroyers being built in that yard. It has quite a nice production yard for its own engines and boilers. So that's going to be extra facilities. Pretty much it's going to be a useful asset to have. It's one of those scenarios of, you can't really say how useful this is going to be unless you have it. And then you're probably going to be very thankful you do have it. Incredibly thankful you do have it. Probably ecstatic you have it. But you're not going to realise how thankful you're going to be to have it until you have it. If that makes sense. Okay. So, if we stick this here, and we take these out. And does that fit in there? Does that fit in there? It does, yay! That's gonna be a heavier book. Very heavy book. Does that fit behind it? Please let it fit behind it, because then that'll be those books all sorted. Yes, it does. And that one supports up to that angle. Oh, that's good. Because then I can put those there. And suddenly, I'm doing quite well book-wise. US Navy aircraft, I need to keep that out. Okay. I think the rest of the books... Oh, there's Operation Mincemeat, that's going in. Alright. Oh. Good 103 1913 M class, 62 1916 R class, 69 1917 S class, and 107 VW class have been built as replacements for the remaining 252 torpedo boat destroyers and 102 torpedo boats in service. Over what time period? Because the answer is, of course, yes. But what time period? Am I allowed to order all yards to do it? And how much production capacity, other production capacity, am I pausing for them? If I'm still building capital ships and all those things, you know, what will I be doing? I just called it a flat cap. Team Locker. Scooter CDP. It's a flat cap. That's what I've always called them. Thank you for reminding me to drink, Steve. I do currently look kind of weird because I have my legs splayed around the my legs are splayed around the boxes, and I'm sort of leaning back, so yeah, I look really weird at this point. No, those won't fit, will they? No, they won't. Ah, dang, I knew that was too much of a hope. That was so much hope, but yeah, they're not. Well, hang on, might they? Might these fit? If these fit. Oh, what do you know they do? What do you know? It's working. Yes, I know. What would be really good is if I had a box vise or something, or clamp, that could hold the lids down while I was taping them up. It was, as it is, I do, is this. That. Or alternatively, yeah, those books I need out for those for other things. So yes, I can't put those books away either. So yeah, I now have another couple of books for, how do I put it? Boxing up rapidly. Oh. There are more books down there which I have to get to. Oh, this is fun. This is fun. The fact that you think that all my books are going with that, or that all my books are going with the movers, is an interesting question. The first question is going to be there when I get to the new house. Is going to be, did the books I let you lot bring arrive in one piece? Second question is going to be, do you know where my office space is going to be for you to put them to? And third question is going to be, do not break those boxes. They're heavy. I can't wait for it to happen. I really can't wait for it to all be over. Honestly, this, I know there's this whole thing that when you eventually, you know, if you're eventually lucky enough to find someone to settle down with, you move in with them and everything. No. What's happening is, I will be buying the house next door to where we're living or somewhere in close proximity, so I don't have to go through the thing of moving the books. I can just walk them over as I need them. And all the furniture will be bought new. There'll be no moving, and that will be the only house we will ever be in. I say this now like I will actually have a say in all this matter, but, you know, I can dream, okay? I can dream. Although for that, I would actually also need a girlfriend as well. To be in a relationship with and sort of move on and progress through those things. But, you know, I can dream. Out of the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, I, K, and L class of torpedo destroyers, which would stay in longest without World War One? None of them. They'd all serve pretty much the same time. The Royal Navy was pretty much they were cycle ships. Small flotilla ships are cycle ships. You build them, you run them till they're broken down. You then put them in reserve for as long as you might need their numbers for something on the second line duties, and then you get rid of them. So yeah, they're all cycle ships. Question 28. How accurate is it that the M-class destroyers were the beginning of torpedo destroyers and torpedo boat replacement program? I wouldn't say they're necessarily the beginning, but they're certainly a starting. There's certainly a commonly fixed on point that the idea of the torpedo boat destroyer has matured. There are various steps before them which are certainly heading in this direction. How much standard tons would a renowned class be with 3 triple 50-inch guns? Because you'd also have to increase their length in proportion to the increase in beam, and because you'd have to have the extra ammunition for those third things, those third guns. So you'd have 9 instead of 50, instead of 6. They'd probably end up equaling about the weight of HMS Tiger. Maybe possibly a bit heavier. How long would it have taken for the Royal Navy to retire all its 252 torpedo boat destroyers and 102 torpedo boats? They'd probably had about 15-year service life. Probably of something around 15-20 years. The fleet you concept, if adopted, would have changed the British Empire Navy how? You'd have had 3 primary fleets, and they'd have had to have the forces according to them. So, instead of you balancing the home fleet and the Mediterranean fleet, you'd be balancing the home fleet, Mediterranean fleet, and the Indian Ocean Eastern Fleet. So you would probably have to increase the Royal Navy 50% over its interwar period size, at least. In terms of capital ships, and probably have some more cruisers in service and more destroyers. Again, you're basically look. If the rule of thumb is this, if you are adding on a third gun and you want everything else to remain the same, you're probably looking at upping the displacement because of beam to length ratio, an extra area you have to cover with armor, the extra size of the magazines, maybe extra engines you need to maintain the same operation. You're probably looking at about a 20% increase in weight if you are keeping the same number of turrets. So if you're going for 4 triple turrets instead of 3 triple turrets, 3 triple turrets is going to change things again, but, you know, you still have more guns than the Queen Elizabeth class would. I say, everyone, where would the USN be without Vietnam? watching the coast of Laos. Well, that's a bit of a joke. Vietnam was a learning experience for the US Navy a lot, but it was also a learning experience for the US government. They go into a war without a firm plan for how to win it. Without even a firm understanding of what's going on. And the expected happens because of that. It's not unusual to have that happen in wars. If you want a good example, Britain, every time they went into Afghanistan in the Imperial Age, was pretty much a response to the Russians doing something weird the other side of Afghanistan, and the British wanting to take an advanced position, not really having a concept of what they're going into or why they're going into it. So, yeah, it's not smart to do that. Why is that sitting down quite so low? Oh, there, that's better. Take care, Jacob. I'm presuming Jacob's going. Yeah. Take care, Jacob. And probably I'll run this for about 4 hours tonight, so it'll probably be about another hour long, okay? Take care, Peter. Congratulations to Lando Norris. No, I won't be on Discord after. Don't take this the wrong way, but you might have noticed if you've checked the upcoming videos for the channels that 2 premieres have already appeared. From the June videos, there are a lot of videos being recorded, because my plan is to, before June comes here, to have recorded every single video, Tuesday video for June and July, every single Thursday video for June and July, and every single Saturday video for June and July, and every single Friday video for June and July. So my plan is to have those all recorded and all ready to go. So that means, curiously, I need roughly to have 36 videos recorded and uploaded. Currently, I have 12 videos recorded and uploaded. So I have 24 to get extra videos to get done in May, whilst also producing May's videos. So yeah, I will be actually taking some time off and sleeping and doing other things. If the Queen Elizabeth battleships had 4 triples and the same length of beam, would the increase in volume of the machinery allow for a faster top speed or the same as originally? Potentially allow for faster. Same length of beam ratio, increase. Yeah, you could use that space to get increased boilers and increase the speed. Let's be honest, if they fall short of 28 knots but end up at 26.5 knots, that's going to be pretty good, because 26.5 knots is what the German battle cruisers were pretty much doing, weren't they? let's be honest, if the Moltke class could do 25.5 knots, I know Von der Tann could do faster. Well, no, she could do 27.75 knots with the right coal, but was designed for 24.8 knots. The Seydlitz could do 26.5 knots. The Flingers could do 26.5 knots. Magnuson class were going to do 28 knots. If the Queen Elizabeth had been 28 knot ships, they'd have been in trouble. If the Queen Elizabeth class had been 26.5 knot ships, they'd have still been in trouble. That would not be a good scenario. That's interesting. I've just received a notification, so I suppose I should party a little bit. My channel's past 2 million views. 2 million people have viewed my channel. That's fun to know. How much weight did the torpedo rooms add on to the Queen Elizabeth class battleships? That's an interesting question to answer, because you're honestly left with a scenario of, it's not just the weight of the rooms themselves, the machinery in them, it's where other things are positioned in the hull due to their being positioned where they are. So that's quite an in-depth thing to get to calculate. You can give someone the weight of, oh, this is the machinery put in the rooms, but what is the weight of the things that could have been put in that space and how things would have been redesigned without those rooms? Okay. What are some naval tragedies? Thank you, Jack Ray. 20 memberships, thank you. That's a lot of memberships, thank you. What are tragedies? Honestly, there's a lot of stuff in the Age of Sail. There are a lot of ships which get lost with all hands. And it's almost an everyday tragedy. And that's when it's really sad, in a way, because the amount of ships which were lost and no one ever saw what happened to them. No one found the ship, no one found the crew. You know, there is a very big difference in that period than today. Thank you. What do memberships actually mean? Memberships in the channel is sort of direct money. I'm not sure if it's like Prime, it stops you having to see adverts. I'm not sure about that. But what I do know is that there are all sorts of emojis and things you can access, and the more members I have, the more emojis I can add, and I do actually have some emojis now made to actually add up, which I spent more time than I should have done on Friday night before I went to sleep working on them and doing that. I would also not recommend bending around, picking up books from all over a space and drinking fizzy drinks. It's not good if you want to look serene and calm on video. Jack Ray, if Kamchatka actually saw torpedo boats right after Dogger Bank, but they were all Navy torpedo boats ahead of a fleet out for revenge, how long would the rest of the Second Pacific Fleet last? Honestly, if it was the Royal Navy Channel Squadron, if we consider it would be the Channel Squadron or something similar at that point. Probably a Channel Squadron, Squadron Strength 1905, or Channel Fleet 1905. They had 12 battleships, 7 cruiser. They would get 12 battleships, which would increase to 18 by 1907. So they have at least 12 in this period. They have 7 cruisers, and they have 4 divisions of destroyers at this point in their force. You're probably looking at things like, well, the Royal Navy cruisers in there are good. Are basically Drake class. There's a couple of Drakes. There's, well, it goes Good Hope, Roxburgh, Hampshire, and Argyll in 1907. So they're Devonshire and, well, 3 Devonshires and a Drake class cruiser. That's a fairly good cruiser flotilla, and probably it's going to be more at this point. The battleships in this period, well, that's a whole interesting discussion. You're talking about the latest and greatest of the Royal Navy's pre-dreadnoughts in this period, pretty much. So, in 1905... you're talking King Edward VII. Some of them might be in service by this point. Let's see. They're definitely the ones being added in. They will be... King Edward VII and Commonwealth are probably there. Maybe not Dominion and the rest, because they might be a bit late getting there. The Duncan class, they're all going to be there. And that's not a good look to have anyone there. And the London class are probably going to be there. So the Royal Navy is going to have some very consistent, very well trained squatter ships. I do not like the Russian chances. And if we consider again the commander in that period of the Channel Fleet, let's see, Doga Bank, that's, I think, is it? It could be Beresford, but it might not be. It might be Wilson still, because it's October 1904. So actually, it's earlier. So no, they wouldn't have the latest battleships in 1904, not early 1905, as I was thinking. So yeah, you'd have Sir Arthur Wilson. He was in charge of... He had HMS Exmouth. He had the Duncans with him. Yeah, they're not getting away. They have to take... Wilson is not a very good staff admiral. Not very good at making his case in cabinet. And absolutely killer of a fleet admiral. So, yeah. Wilson, with Duncan's at his back, is going to make them cry. The Russian fleet would probably cease to function very succinctly. He'd also possibly be rapidly reinforced, so it might not be just the Channel Squadron. He might be reinforced by other elements. But if it is just the Channel Squadron, at that point, then it's going to be 12 Royal Navy battleships. The Duncans. Which are the 6 of them and the 6 Londons. Maybe with a Formidable or something in there chucked in as well. But because it's 12 ships, but it's going to be the Duncans and Londons are going to be the core of it, and those are not ships you want to mess around with. They are built for a fight. He could have... Well, they're all completed too late, so no, he wouldn't have any of those. So yeah, it's the Duncans and it's the Londons he'll have. How long would the Russian Second Pacific Fleet last? To be fair, the British might not keep at long range and do the whole bombardment thing. Especially if they're coming out of the fog over Dogger Bank. They'll be closing in for a kill. The problem, it will probably be a few hours hard fighting. Because the Russians don't go down easy. But the big problem for them is going to be the destroyer flotillas are going to come in first. The cruisers are going to circle around them, causing trouble, and the battleships are going to run straight through them. Once the movie is done, would you be interested in some books on Polish armour trains? Potentially. Potentially once I'm back from the Scandinavia trip, if that all works out. It should do. Everyone should be getting a email tomorrow from Gareth, who's organising through, who's going to be sending out emails, and books are being organised and things are being put together to be sent to everyone. And thank you again, Jack Ray, for all the memberships. Nice here. In a non-declined British Empire was doing this underwater around the world trip like Trident, would they copy the Hood's Empire cruise? Yes. That's what they do. Lucas Janch, could a naval 5-inch guns be adapted as universal artillery and tank gun on land? They might be a little bit big. You could do it, but to scale of a tank, etc., to take a naval gun and naval round, the scale of an artillery vehicle is going to have to grow in size, which is probably not where people want to go. It could be, but it would be interesting. Could we get a future Blackburn Black and a super with glowing red eyes emoji? Someone have to teach me some skills to do that. Honestly, some skills. Did the RN look at radar picket submarines? Yes, they decided against it quite quickly. The whole curvature of the Earth thing. Blackman Maximus, could a modernization late 1950s of HMS Tiger get her to 30 or even 32 knots? Could her hull take it? She's heavier built than Renown and Repulse, so I'd argue yes, she could do. Modernization probably could get her up there, but if you're going to do that level of modernization, you're probably also going to affect her guns, which means she's probably going to go from 13.5-inch guns up to something else. Probably they wouldn't try and risk putting up to 16, but they might try and put them in the... She might be an early adopter of the 14-inch gun. She might up with 8 twin to 14-inch guns. Would it be accurate that the Royal Navy did not find the Brewster A-34 Bermuda Mark I very good as a dive bomber? They didn't buy them, so that would answer your question. 9681. So without World War II, breakout 1939, would the Ferry Full Miles have ended up as a carrier-based reconnaissance aircraft as a better fighter would come along? Yes, they'd have ended up as a reconnaissance and strike fighter, a strike escort fighter, ASW aircraft. Blackman Maximus, modernized HMS Tiger battlecruiser and modernized sister ship versus a large Scharnhorst with 4 triple 11-inch guns. It's going to depend on how they've been modernized. And if you've got 2 versus 1 and they've got 14-inch guns, 8 14-inch guns each, and they're going to rip through the Scharnhorst, even with the 12 11-inch guns. Because you've got 16 14-inch guns, and you've got speed to decide to keep the range, sort of what you want to do. If you've modernized it to that speed as well, let's say 30, 31, 32 knots, maybe 33 knots, you pushed it all out. And you've got the firepower to do the damage, and if you've got 2 of them, they've got radar guided gunnery. Yeah. They are battle cruisers, though, not battle cruisers. The Tigers. I answered question 35. I did. Question 38. If the British had known just how awful the Brewster Buccaneer was, that they would not have ordered 750 Bermuda scout bombers? They might not have ordered anything from Brewster at all. So expanding on the RN destroying the Russian Pacific Squadron, how does that change history for the world at large in short and long term? Short term, the same result happens in the Russo-Japanese War. Let's be honest, the Russians losing their navy to the Royal Navy is not going to surprise anyone. The Royal Navy stomping Russia is going to annoy people, but there again, the Russian Navy just did something. That the Royal Navy just killed British torpedo boats. It might be considered a little harsh, but it's what you expect. It's going to set up some issues in terms of what's expected. It could also cause issues with between Anglo-Russia and Anglo-Russian nations ongoing. The British are now joining the war on the side of the Japanese, which means that the French will have to decide whether they want to get involved or not. They probably don't. This could cause interesting discussions in terms of when the Entente comes around, because the Entente Cordiale is an interesting agreement. It truly is. And it's signed in April 1904. And it's about Anglo-French relations. Now, to an extent, the French also had an agreement with the Russians. And so they felt that, they would be the peacemakers between it. But this could actually force the French to have to pick between the British and the Russians, or they could try and stay neutral. One of the interesting things I always think with a lot of these discussions and a lot of this the point of view and things that are sort of made with the Entente Cordiale, you have to remember when it's first signed. You have to remember that for a large part of its period, and the Franco-Russian alliance had been started in 1892. For a large part of its period, when we talk about the Entente Cordiale, the problem for the Royal Navy in how it manages it is that whilst the British Army is publishing staff paper after staff paper after staff paper because they have a staff and it's being properly run as a staff in their general staff, the Admiralty eschew it until pretty much Battenberg becomes First Sea Lord. He pushes it through as Second Sea Lord, but it's only when he's with First Sea Lord that he really managed to get these things working. And so, yeah. It's the problem for the Royal Navy is, honestly, they're still working on the Napoleonic era format of political relations and government relations, and the British Army's moved to a modern approach, and that's one of the reasons why the British Army manages to control the conversation and run up to World War One, and control the strategy, because even though their strategy is very weak, they're the ones who've actually been having the conversation. The Royal Navy hasn't felt it had to have the conversation because everyone knows naval power is so important, right? Black Master, so basically you're asking if the Drachenfell theory of the triple 15-inch guns and the 6th and 7th Queen Elizabeth's Agincourt are built with 4 triple 15 inches and the same length of beam ratio, would they be ready for Jutland? Oh, they could be. They certainly should be. But they might not be. It's gonna depend. It's kind of like some of the R-Class were ready and some weren't. Team Locker, could modern literal combat ship... Nicest way. Literal combat ship is a fairly modern idea. The combat while I've been alive on this earth. They're not exactly ancient. Could modern literal combat ships use... Well, I don't think their decks can take a 4.5-inch gun. I don't think they're stressed to take that weight. You'd have to rebuild a lot of structure to make it work. Were the French Navy's orders of Wildcat, Dauntless, and Vindicator intended for the Joffre class? Yes. And probably Burn as well. Thomas, the 5-inch might be roughly 125, 127mm, depending on how you add it up. But it's the length. Let's be honest. The American standard one is a 54 caliber weapon. So it's 127mm. So it's let's see. It fires a 127mm. That's a 12.7cm by 83.5cm shell. Its full barrel length is 22 feet 6 inches. The full gun length, including breech, is 29 foot 6 inches. I'm just going to look up. The gun on the, let's see, the M1 is... so divide up by 12, that's 120 plus 100, so which is 96, 5, 8. So the barrel length on the US Navy's Abrams tank is 18 feet, including... is 18 feet, including breech. And the shell is 120 times 570 mils. So it's 57 centimeters. So this is the point I'm making. You've got 18 and a half foot versus 29 foot, 29 and a half foot. That's a big difference in the gun. That's a big difference in the length of the barrel, the size of the breech, the size of the shell. To move that around, you're talking in terms of weight. The mass of the gun on the M1 Abrams, again, is 4,200 pounds recoiling mass. The mass of the... well, it doesn't give... it gives me total mass for the entire unit, which is 47,820 pounds, 20.5 pounds, or 21.6 well, 21.7 tons, which is... let's be honest, the entire... yeah. The M1A2 is a total of 66.8 tons. So the gun unit on a warship is a third of the weight of the M1A2. The mass of the gun tube on the M1A2 is 1.2 tons, roughly. There's a very big difference between the two. If you designed a ship for literal environment, you could put a suitable gun on it, but it would be, again, it's going to be a big gun for it. No, I didn't presume it hit the torpedo boats, Carl Gasberg. I presumed the moment it started firing at the torpedo boats, they're going to start firing back, and soon as the rest of the Royal Navy. And if it's after they fired on fishing boats, they're not going to stop firing back. They're going to presume firing on them is an act of war. What if Moltke is sunk by British cruiser and destroyers in a night action at Jutland? Then the Battle of Jutland gets a very different spin on it. Because, again, the Germans will be going, well, you know, we sank more of your battle cruisers. We sank a better battle cruiser than we lost. We sank one of your pre-dreadnought destroyer battleships. The most of the rest of your fleet got up home and you ran away. That's not going to be considered. That's going to be considered slightly more fair. And honestly, if Moltke goes, if there is any fight in that night and Moltke gets involved in it, Seydlitz is not a long way away from Moltke. You do not want to be in Seydlitz with a fight going on around it. Goodness knows what happens to that poor ship. And if they lost Moltke and Seydlitz, then they are truly in trouble, because it becomes both sides have lost 3 capital ships, and for the Germans, losing 3 is a lot bigger than the Royal Navy losing 3. For the Royal Navy, losing 3 is, sadly enough, It's a loss in personnel. We really don't want to lose them, but we'll have 3 new ships in service within a month. Because they're already coming through the pipeline. For the Germans, losing 3 is irreplaceable. They have nothing coming through the pipeline. Well, I suppose they have Bard and Sister Bayern. They have those 2, but that's it. That's all that's in the pipeline. And by the way, if anyone wants an idea of what videos I'll be recording tomorrow, when this video ends tonight, the Bruships, the Patreon suggestions for July will go live. And you're going to have till Thursday to make the suggestions, because I'm going to hurry it up a bit. And it's going to be Thursday to Sunday a vote, so I can guarantee I get them done in May for you all. I apologise for that, but it's to make sure I get it done. So the point is, though, that will hopefully allow me to get all those videos. And remember, as I said, I want to have every pre-record, well, as many of the pre-recorded videos as I can done for June and July. So that means every Saturday, every Monday, every Tuesday, every Thursday and Friday videos will be recorded. So that's 4 times 4 plus 1 is 17. And July is another 17, so it's 34. Yeah, 34 videos need to be done. And I've got 12 done, roughly. Why is this freeway being difficult? Sorry, for me to answer that question, I'd have to go back to my university days, and that's a whole level of stuff which my little cousins do not need to hear about what I got up to in my university days. I went to a very good university, which was a truly peaceful place where everyone was very sacred, and everyone conducted everything completely properly, and waited till they were fully ready, and everyone was in a loving, long-term relationship. Okay, cousins, you listening to this? Everyone was in a loving, long-term relationship. Okay, elder cousins listening? I said nothing any of you could be upset with me about. Take care, it's good as GSP. Adding on to an earlier night action question, what if Sailor sunk before reaching Germany? If Sailor sunk, A, there's nothing to hold against the crew. They tried their friggin' best. The fact they did get mentioned is a miracle they will work. But if Sailor sunk, then the thing is, any losses the Germans receive is going to delete their image or that they try and project of them trying to win. Because it's bad enough they abandon the field, but their whole claim to victory at Jutland rests on the British losing 3 battle cruisers. We might know those are the Royal Navy's 3 old battle cruisers. They, you know, they didn't want to lose, but what they are sort of more dealing with is that the more they lose in contrast, because they've already lost one of their pre-dreads, losing a battle cruiser as well, losing sailets, that's just going to add to it. It's just going to go, well, hang on, yeah, did we really win this fight? When you look at all we've got to repair, it's far harder for them to market it as a victory or anything approaching a victory. And Jutland could very easily turn into a massive defeat. If you want a good example, and we've wargamed this, or rather discussed it through sort of mental war, psychological, theoretical wargaming, with us discussing it through, rather than rolling it out, but we could roll it out at some point. If you have the Harwich force move up into a blocking position, which you could have done, considering where they were, honestly, they tack on. If you don't have them hold where you have them hold historically, and you have them push on, the German run away could have led them straight streaming into the Harwich force. And that would have been a terrible scenario, because all their destroyers and all their flotilla ships, all their torpedo boats actually, were, they didn't have destroyers, they had torpedo boats, would have been in the wrong place to deal with them. And the Harwich force would have got nasty and close. It would have been, there appears to be a big fog bank in front of us. And frigating, there's a lot of torpedoes coming out of that fog. You're studying advanced algebra in a laundromat half a block from a laureate. Same with David, I would not be in that laundromat. I just wouldn't be. It's just safer not to be. Ron Rivergun. When Italy enters World War II, Germany, Italy, and Italy go together, go after Malta, with air, naval troops, and airborne. Can they succeed? No. Look, there is only one place more fortified than Malta in the Mediterranean, and that is Gibraltar. And let me put it this way. Landing in Malta, you are going to find, for all your airborne troops, a lot of wires they're designed to kill your gliders and kill you as a parachutist. In pretty much every field, there is sitting a pillbox, which has a guy with a machine gun in it. At least one, if not 2 or 3. The British have been fortifying and preparing the defences in Malta for about the previous 25 years. That place is seriously fortified. And this is before you get into the idea of the seaborne invasion, because again, it has things all round it. As well as minefields, a flotilla of submarines that are just waiting for you to get close, and other things. It has guns. It has a battery of them. And if you've ever looked at a map of Malta, and I do challenge everyone to look at a map of Malta, one of the things I'd like you to look at, really look at in the map, turn it on the satellite, and have a good look. And look around and go, where are the nice beaches to land on? I mean, where are the nice beaches to land on? It does have beaches. But beaches to land on and Malta are not things you say in the same sentence. There are beaches which are narrow isthmus, which are going to get you blasted by artillery. There are beaches which lead you straight into hills. There are beaches where you find fortifications, and there are literally fortifications everywhere. There are fortifications built on fortifications, built on fortifications, built on fortifications. Malta literally has a line of fortifications called the Victoria Lines, which are part of the British fortifications built in the 19th century, spanning the island. It's a walking route today, but in World War II it was still being fortified. There are so many different things around this island. And unlike Crete, you will find a very entrenched, very well drilled, very well trained command structure. Good luck, is all I'll say, but you ain't gonna win it if you're Germany and Italy trying to invade Malta. It's a siege and starvation, and you need to lay siege to it for a long time to starve it out, and the British are gonna fight through to it as they did historically. Basically, siege is the only way you can do that one. It could be worse. What if Chatfield is killed at Jutland? You probably get Black House getting the post of First Sea Lord earlier. Honestly. That's the other option there. Oh, the most glorious moment of Warspite's career is doing donuts in front of the German High Seas Fleet. There is nothing that can top doing donuts in front of your massed enemy fleet while they're looking on incredulously and trying to fire everything at you and not failing to hit you. That's just the ultimate. If she'd been sunk, it would have been the most stupid moment of her career, but because she survives, it becomes... It's like many things. This moment is either going to live forever in infamy or fame. It lives in fame. I would also add that if Chatfield is killed at Jutland, pretty much any other senior admiral at that time was not keen on the 14-inch gun, and who knows what happens with the King George V's. I think probably the compromise is a 15-inch gun. Probably the compromise is the 15-inch. They might go for a 15-inch 45. They might go in for a 15-inch 50 design, but it's probably a 15-inch because probably he compromised. Probably compromise are going, look. Honestly, everyone else is probably going to go 16-inch. I know you want to go 14-inch. If we go 15-inch, we can also upgrade all the other ships. That's the sensible option. It's a step in the right direction for the government to claim, but it's also... And also it saves money, because you can go, we can just design it to reuse the shells. Fatal last retinoid works. Hey, watch this. But if they survive, it is glorious. And that again basically sums me and Drac on ship-shape tours. Hey, watch this! And Gareth and Dan going, ah! How high in the ship can you go? Well, let's have a conversation with that one. I remember we were on a cruiser, and it was near where the destroyer had sadly slipped below the water, and they had the issues of it. The Fletcher class, the O'Sullivans. The cruiser there. There was a running joke between me and Drac over who would get highest up in it, and I think I won. We've never really had a competition shooting-wise. He didn't turn up to the axe throwing competition. He probably would have won that. Because my axe throwing was sometimes brilliant, sometimes terrible. I've done a lot of practice since. I've done a lot of practice since. A lot of practice. I'm trying to find photos of me practicing. How tall is Yamato, and would you climb to the top if she was still around? I cannot remember off the top of my head how tall Yamato is, and I'm fairly sure the book which has the details is in one of these boxes. So I'm going to pass on that question for now. But how hard would I climb to the top? Yes, like I climbed to the bottom underneath the engines and down the boilers. If I'm prepared to go down underneath the frigating boilers in old post-World War II destroyers, the height of a thing doesn't scare me, and the going down into the tight confined spaces doesn't worry me. It was Little Rock. Thank you, Galson class. Yeah. What you start to realise when you go around those ships is just how big they are. And how much Britain's missing not having any of its battleships remaining. No. That's a sad thing. It truly is. So, there's about 10 minutes to go. What questions do you want to ask? I'm surprised. I think 96831 rang out at 39. Normally there's another few ready to go. This is worrying me a bit. Is he saving some up for a special occasion? Night. Are you planning on turning up some point with 200 questions while I'm in the middle of Scandinavia and I'm having to answer on the train? Because if you are, please don't. That's cruelty. I will have no books. I will literally just have me and the train and the Wi-Fi. I'd like to lose some weight before I do that, Black Maximus. I would crawl through the Jersey 16-inch guns quite happily. But I would like to lose some weight first. And the reason I'd want to lose the weight is because I don't want to get stuck. It's one of the things that annoys me in terms of, with me, it's people sometimes sort of think it's the iron brew or I'm eating a lot, and I really don't. I forget to eat quite often. That's probably causing more trouble. And iron brew, yes, I know how much that is, but I don't drink necessarily as much as sometimes people think. I drink more when I'm sitting down in here. The problem for me is that if I'm not doing a lot of gym regularly, I put on weight like anything. I have to do quite heavy exercise to keep the weight off and get the weight down. And walking dogs, all that doesn't really help me. I'm hoping when we're down in Cornwall I can set up my home gym equipment properly. And I'm hoping when down in Cornwall I can start going back to the gym on a regular basis, because the reason I haven't been able to do it up here is because Mum and Karen keep being ill, and the various other work requirements while sorting out all the stuff to do with the move have meant I just haven't had the time. And it's been annoying. And it's when you put on clothes and go, that's not supposed to look like that. John has Niga, were you able to make it to Texas or New Jersey dry docks? No. As I said, I'm sorting out a house move. It's been a frigging nightmare the whole way through. I mean, everything that could go weird has gone weird. And honestly, I'm looking forward to be over, but there is I am now seriously worried about the various other things I'm organising at the same time, that I might drop some of the balls, and I'm going back and checking they're all jungling around in the air properly. Like Maximus, all Queen Lizards are built with triples the same length of beam. Assuming they use the extra volume for machinery to hit 25, 26 knots. How long does Jutland last? If you've got 12, 15-inch guns on the Queen Lizards at Jutland, and if I open up my Jutland ships, so pretty much what you're talking about adding on is the British historically have at Jutland 48 15-inch guns. You'd be taking that instead of 6 times 8 to 6 times 12, 72. So you're adding on 24 15-inch guns, which doesn't sound a lot. But that's going to mean each turret can do its own independent ranging salvo. It means you've got 6 guns firing aft, 6 guns firing forward. So when they're in the chase scenario, either way, you're probably going to increase their accuracy by a factor of 15 to 20%. And I'm not pulling that figure out of my behind, before anyone asks. You'll be able to do repeat servos with two separate turrets, so you can do fire free, or you can fire 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 to salvo in and range in. If they're able to do 26.5 knots, the only things that can keep up with them are the German battle cruisers. If they're able to do 26 knots, then the only thing that can keep up with them is the only thing that can keep up with them anyway is the German battle cruisers. But even the German battle cruisers can't really close with a speed advantage of half a knot. That's not really a closing speed. That's more a case of, okay, you're gaining, but you're not exactly doing anything but holding station. You're not really able to dictate range. So at that point, they've got the best long-range gunnery of any ship at Jutland. And they're going to have more guns to do. They're going to have a better setup for salvoing and ranging fire. So yeah, they're probably going to do 10 to 15% questions. Dr. Clarke, for questions. Frank, you're okay. Frank, I'd have a hard time thinking of that many. Knight, I would never put it past you. Honestly, I think you are capable of anything you put your mind to. So, 200 questions, I would not be surprised. Laptop charger disconnected, so I had to restart. Question 40. I was quite worried. Basically, if you have Agincourt and that's built with 2 triples, same length beam, and no small triples, how will they influence the other countries' battleship designs in the R class? They probably wouldn't influence the R class. The Americans would probably be going even bigger. Let's be honest. If the British are producing ships with 12 guns, the British go for the best balanced battleship. The Americans go for the battleship which has the most pew-pew. So, basically, you're looking at the ship classes which come after them, which are pretty much the Colorados. And hang on, there's also the class before them as well. Where are they laid down? So that preceded by the Tennessees. Tennessees are laid down in 1916. Okay, so they are laid down in June and August 1916, and they are armed with 12 14-inch guns. So at this point, you're telling everyone the Royal Navy has 2 ships which have 12 15-inch guns. Yeah, the Colorado class, they're not going to have 8 16-inch guns. They're going to have more than this. They are going to have Although they're going to have 12 16-inch guns. If they have 8 16-inch guns, they're going to be considered a failure. Basically, the US Navy is going to be jumping straight into something the size of the South Dakotas. And that's going to cause an interesting thing for any Washington Naval Treaty. Because the bigger the ships are, and again, these two ships, the Queen Elizabeth class, are going to be bigger. The thing is going to be interesting is Hood as well. Because if they've gone for triple 15s, then Hood will be triple 15s. And if Hood is triple 15s, she has 12 15-inch guns. Then that's a very big category. That's a very big issue. There's also the whole thing with Renown and Repulse. Whilst they would technically get the R class, which are all designed as twin turrets, there is going to be some people going, well, hang on, let's push in the triple, because that gives them 9 guns. So it's going to cause a debate. Okay. Nice to get it from. My laptop charger was disconnected, sad to restart. The question 40. Was France's planned fleet of 3 Bretagnes, 5 Normandy, and 4 Leon-class super dreadnoughts intended to counter Austro-Hungary? It's intended to counter Italy. It's Italy. It's always Italy. Italy is built. Let's put it this way. There is a little troika. Italy builds against France. France builds against Italy. Italy builds against Austria. Austria builds against Italy. Italy builds against both France and Austria. France and Austria ignore each other politely, because whilst they hate each other officially, really the French hate the Germans, not the Austrians, and they hate the Italians more. So in a war, if the Austrians were in a war against the Italians, the French would side with the Austrians. So the Italians have to be prepared for it, is their theory. Or rather, at least they'd be positively leaning towards the Austrians. Chickens? I don't. So, with that all said, I'm going to check the length of the live stream so far. Yeah, we've got about a minute. We've got about 90 seconds left, so I'm going to say I'm going to shut down the questions in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now I'll wait for my hand to magically appear on the screen, which is transmitting. Either side. And yeah, make sure I haven't missed any of the super chats. Thank you, Scottish Nerd. Thank you, Tanif. And thank you, Jack Ray. Thank you, everyone, for all of that. And top chat. Let's see who's been getting the most upvotes. Ooh, lots of people chatting away. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, everyone, for watching this evening. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm sorry these things have been a little bit different lately, but yeah, this is taking over my life, and it's going to be dominating my life for the next couple of months. But hopefully, by the time August rolls around, everything will be back to some sort of normalcy. And we'll be able to have our normal fun and normal chats. June and July should be highly interesting months. Hopefully, with lots of things going on to talk to you all about and to show you all. And lots of things to discuss with you all. So that should be fun. May's going to be its own fraughtness, but I'm hoping to keep everything going through May properly, because I have everything already set up for May to an extent. I'm recording some videos for May as I go, but I've also got some things set up for May already. That's the advantage with having the questions and all these things put together earlier. Thank you, Iraptorat. Thank you, Ince Morrison. Thank you, Leslie Mitchell. Thank you, DG40. Thank you, Timo Locker, Rebel Your Thinker. Thank you, Blackbird Maximus. Thank you, Renon. Thank you, Jack Ray. Thank you, John Headset. Thank you, Knight681. Thank you, John Shea. Thank you, CM Medicovit. Thank you, Calvin Gasberg. Thank you, Danny Wright. Thank you, Steve Clarke. Thank you, Ronan. Thank you, Teamy Locker, Scottish GSP, and everyone, Leslie Mitchell, and The Brock, and Dave Harrison, and Funny Bike One, and everyone who's been watching and chatting away and helping, Robert Den and Tadsker,
Azir Filstad and Elstad and Martina Henry and Wade Aronat and Paul Bestwick and everyone else. Crypto Accountant. Stafford Thompson, of course. Thank you all the admins who've been on. Thank you everyone who's on the super chats. Thank you everyone who's been chatting away. Thank you Tanitharka. Thank you Colin Cameron. Thank you Seneca Nero. Thank you Jacob. Thank you Icy Deadman. Thank you Nike4472. Thank you Thomas. Thank you Dan Freeman. Can I borrow some of these on Tuesday? All many. I know you'll try. You're always trying to borrow my books. Enjoy. Thank you, VM Williams. Thank you, Mark Harkness. Thank you, everyone who's been here and chatting away. It's always fun. Mike Cavello, thank you. HMS Verdun and Blackburn Maximus, of course. Ron Rebecca. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, everyone who supports the channel. As I always say, but it really cannot be said enough, this channel wouldn't exist without your support. Without you helping to grow it. Without you allowing me to buy all the books and do the research. It's fun being... I have to say, this is the fun part of being a public historian, actually talking to the public. The budgeting, the arguing with places for access, the organising those things, that's not so fun. The chatting with the public and talking about naval history and getting the shared love of it with you all, that's fun. Thank you very much, take care, and have a nice evening. Wrong one. But cool picture to have up here. I forget, which one was that? That's USS Tennessee. Oh, isn't that appropriate? You'd have almost thought I planned that question about which involved the Tennessees, but there you go. There's USS Tennessee.